Hello friends, did you know that Oracle just secured a massive $300 million windfall and the cloud computing landscape will never be the same? In this video, we break down how Larry Ellison's tech giant pulled off this incredible financial feat and what it means for the escalating cloud wars against the giants like AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud. As the enterprise demand for AI integrated cloud infrastructure skyrockets, Oracle positions itself as a dominant force. We will analyze the specific deals that led to this jackpot, the impact on Oracle's stock, and why the analysts are shifting their outlook on the company's long-term growth. Let's go and explore this further. For decades, the cloud wars had a predictable hierarchy. Amazon, Microsoft, and Google sat on the throne while everyone else fought, for the crumbs. But in late 2025 and moving into 2026, the script has been flipping. In fact, it has flipped completely now. Oracle, the company your dad knew for databases, just hit another 300 billion jackpot. This isn't just a win, it's a tectonic shift. We are talking about a massive multi-year deal with OpenAI that has sent Oracle's backlog or remaining performance obligations soaring to an eye-watering $553 billion. Today we are diving into the new Oracle. How did Larry Ellison turn a legacy software company into the backbone of the AI revolution? Is this 300 billion windfall a guaranteed victory, or is Oracle building a house of cards on the back of a single customer? So friends, before we move forward, and if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's break it down. To understand the jackpot, we have to look at the numbers. The headline is $300 billion. 5-year contract with OpenAI. To put that in perspective, that's roughly 60 billion in revenue per year from just one client. Why would OpenAI, a company born in Microsoft Azure's cloud, move a massive chunk of its workload to Oracle? The answer is simple: capacity and power. OpenAI's hunger for compute is insatiable. They need electricity and lots of it. This deal involves 4.5 gigawatts of power capacity. That's enough to power 4 million homes. Oracle isn't just renting out existing space, they are building massive new AI factories under a project often referred to as Stargate. We are seeing brand new data centers, campuses in Texas and Ohio packed with hundreds of thousands of NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs, Oracle's secret weapon. Their infrastructure was built later than AWS and Azure. That sounds like a disadvantage, but it actually means their Gen 2 cloud was designed specifically for high performance workload and modern databases, the exact environment AI needs to thrive. But building a 300 billion cloud isn't easy. You cannot just plug 400,000 GPUs into a wall socket. The traditional power grid cannot handle this. This is where the heating up part of your title gets literal. Just this week, in April 2026, Oracle made a massive move to solve the energy crisis. They have partnered with Bloom Energy for nearly 3 gigawatts of fuel cell power. Instead of waiting for years for local utility companies to build power lines, Oracle is building its own off-grid power plant. They are literally bypassing the grid to ensure their AI servers never go dark. This level of aggressive expansion is why Oracle Cloud Infrastructure revenue jumped 84% in most recent quarter. While the big three are growing at steady clips, Oracle is growing like a startup on a steroid. Now we have to talk about the red flag, which is $300 billion. Sounds great on paper, but Wall Street is nervous. Oracle stock has been going through some intense volatility lately. Why? Because customer concentration. Over 50% of Oracle's future backlog is tied to one company, which is OpenAI. If OpenAI struggles to monetize its model, or if the AI bubble cools down, Oracle is left holding the bill for billions of dollars in hardware and in data centers. Oracle's debt to equity ratio is also significantly higher than Microsoft or Amazon. They are borrowing heavily to build this future. They are spending $50 billion in capital expenditure this year alone. It's a bet the farm movement for Larry Ellison. Is Oracle a ticking time bomb or a visionary genius? The market can't quite decide at this point in time. So, where does this leave us? Oracle has officially graduated. They are no longer the database company or the fourth placed cloud. With 300 billion jackpot in hand, they are the specialized AI cloud. That's the world's most powerful startup as flocking it. The cloud war is heating up because the rules have changed. It's no longer about who has the most features. It's about who has the most GPUs and most gigawatts. And Oracle has both. If they can execute on this backlog and diversify their client base beyond OpenAI, we might be looking at the new king of enterprise tech. But if the AI hype fails to meet reality, the $300 billion windfall could become a $300 billion lesson in over expansion. One thing is certain, Oracle isn't playing it safe anymore. They are playing for the whole jackpot. So friends, what do you think? Is Oracle the best AI player in the market, or the risk is too high? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dive into the tech that is going to shape 2026 and beyond. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम, आपका स्वागत है। कभी आपने सोचा है कि ब्लैक होल के अलावा भी ब्रह्मांड में कुछ ऐसा है जो हमारे विज्ञान, हमारी फिजिक्स को पूरा बदल सकता है? इस वीडियो में हम जानेंगे ग्रेविस्टार के बारे में, और हम इसकी चर्चा करेंगे कि क्यों एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स के दुनिया में ये हमेशा एक चर्चा का विषय है। अक्सर हमने सुना है कि एक विशाल तारा जब उसका एंड होता है, दी एंड, तो वो ब्लैक होल में बदल जाता है। लेकिन कभी आपने सुना है कि हो सकता है कि वो ग्रेविस्टार में बदल जाए और ब्लैक होल ना बने? तो ये ग्रेविस्टार क्या चीज़ है, और ऐसा क्यों बोला जाता है कि ग्रेविस्टार एक कोलैप्सिंग स्टार है जो एक मिनी यूनिवर्स का निर्माण कर सकता है? तो काफ़ी दिलचस्प वीडियो होने वाला है। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं और इसकी चर्चा करते हैं। तो दोस्तों, जब हम अंतरिक्ष के बारे में सोचते हैं, उसकी विशालता को देखते हैं, तो अक्सर हमें लगता है कि जो सितारे हैं, जो स्टार्स हैं, वो एक लाइट का सोर्स हैं, और एक कोई बड़ा स्टार अपने अंत समय में पहुंचता है, वो उसकी डेथ होती है, तो वो ब्लैक होल में कन्वर्ट हो जाता है, और हमारी एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स में इसके बारे में काफ़ी डिटेल में एक्सप्लेनेशन है, हमारे फॉर्मूलाज से, रिलेटिविटी की थ्योरी से एक्सप्लेन किया गया है। लेकिन हाल ही में कुछ ऐसा देखने को मिला है कि जब ये बड़ा स्टार का दी एंड होता है, सुपरनोवा हाइपरनोवा में जब तब्दील होता है, तो उसके बाद वो कई दफ़ा ब्लैक होल नहीं छोड़ता है। वो एक नए तरीके का, जिसके बारे में हम कम जानते हैं, एक नए तरीके का एक ब्लैक होल की तरह ही एक नया एक छोड़ता है, एक आइटम छोड़ता है जिसका नाम है ग्रेविस्टार। अब उसके नाम से ही पता चलता है कि इससे ग्रेविटी से कुछ लिंक होगा। तो इस ग्रेविट स्टार बोलते हैं इसको, ग्रेवा स्टार, जो स्टैंड करता है ग्रेविटेशनल वैक्यूम स्टार। मतलब ये एक नए तरीके का ये एक जानवर है जो ग्रेविटेशनल वैक्यूम स्टार होता है, जिस जो ब्लैक होल से भिन्न होता है। ब्लैक होल क्या करता है, हर चीज अपनी तरफ खींचता है ग्रेविटी की वजह से, लेकिन ये ग्रेविटेशनल वैक्यूम स्टार बन जाता है। और अगर ये प्रूव हो जाए या हमें ग्रेविस्टार कहीं दिख जाए, ऐसा देखने में आ रहा है कि कई जगहों पे जो हमारी साइंटिफिक थियरीज है वो ये कह रही हैं कि यहाँ पे ये ब्लैक होल नहीं है, बल्कि एक ग्रेविस्टार है। तो लेकिन इस पे शोध चल रहा है। तो अगर ये प्रूव हो जाए कि ग्रेविस्टार होता है, तो हमारे ब्रह्मांड की समझ पूरी की पूरी बदल जाएगी। तो दोस्तों, आगे बढ़ने से पहले मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ कि आप किस शहर से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। इससे हमें मदद मिलेगी अपने वीडियो की पहुंच को असेस करने के लिए। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। जो जो स्टार का एंड क्यों होता है, क्योंकि वो अपना जो ईंधन होता है, जिसका जो ईंधन होता है वो हाइड्रोजन, हीलियम या कोई भी एलिमेंट उनको कंबाइन करता है, और उससे वो फ्यूजन रिएक्शन होता है, जिससे काफ़ी हीट प्रोड्यूस होती है। और ये बैलेंसिंग एक्ट की तरह काम करता है कि उसके कोर में हीट प्रोड्यूस होती है जो ग्रेविटी को बैलेंस करती है, ग्रेविटी को अलाउ नहीं करती है कि पूरे स्टार को कोलैप्स होने दे। तो वो अंदर से एक टग ऑफ वॉर चलता है, और ये करोड़ों साल तक चलता रहता है। लेकिन एक दिन ऐसा आता है जब पूरे की पूरी जो उसकी जो मटेरियल है वो कंज्यूम हो चुका होता है, और उसकी एक लिमिट होती है जो होती है आयरन। आयरन का पीरियोडिक टेबल पे जो नंबर है वो 60 है। मतलब कि जो 60 अगर उसमें आयरन बन गया उसके कोर के अंदर, तो उसके बाद 60 आयरन के जो एटम्स हैं अगर कंबाइन करेंगे तो कितना आता है दोस्तों, 120। तो 120 जो एलिमेंट है वो एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता है हमारी पीरियोडिक टेबल के ऊपर, मतलब नेचर में एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता है। तो वो आयरन जो है वो आगे कंबाइन नहीं हो पाता है। तो उसकी वजह से जो ग्रेविटी है उस स्टार की वो टेक ओवर कर लेती है, और इंस्टेंटली विद इन 1 सेकेंड, मतलब 30%, 30 माइक्रो सेकेंड के अंदर वो पूरा का पूरा स्टार कोलैप्स हो जाता है और सुपरनोवा में तब्दील हो जाता है। और जब वो ऐसा करता है तो जो कोर होता है स्टार का वो इतनी जो उसको उसको इतने ज़्यादा किक मिलती है कि वो कोलैप्स हो जाता है ब्लैक होल के अंदर, और जो बाहर वाला जो उसका जो लेयर है स्टार की वो बाहर की तरफ एक्सप्लोड कर जाती है, जिसको हम सुपरनोवा बोलते हैं। लेकिन जो बचता है वो एक सिंगुलैरिटी है। मतलब सिंगुलैरिटी मतलब कि उसके अंदर उस हमारी फिजिक्स फेल हो जाती है। उस वो इतना छोटा होता है कि हम उसको मेजर ही नहीं कर सकते। उसकी डेंसिटी इनफाइनाइट हो जाती है, उसकी स्पेस ज़ीरो हो जाती है। तो ये चीज़ें इन्फिनिटीज़ में पहुंच जाती हैं, जिसलिए हम उसको बोलते हैं सिंगुलैरिटी। हाँ, हालांकि ये सिंगुलैरिटी आज तक प्रूव नहीं हो पाई है, बट वो एक मैथमेटिकल कॉन्सेप्ट बन के रह गई है। क्योंकि हम ब्लैक होल के अंदर देख नहीं सकते, तो इसलिए हमें ये पता नहीं होता कि ब्लैक होल के अंदर क्या है। 2001 में वैज्ञानिकों ने ये देखा कि सिंगुलैरिटी नहीं होती है, और कई दफ़ा सिंगुलैरिटी ना होके ब्लैक होल की बजाय एक ग्रेविस्टार का जन्म होता है इस प्रोसेस के बाद। तो ग्रेविस्टार का मतलब क्या है? ग्रेविटेशनल वैक्यूम स्टार। अब कल्पना करें कि एक बहुत बड़ा जो स्टार है वो कोलैप्स कर रहा है, और ब्लैक होल बनने के बजाय एक बहुत ही सख्त एक ट्रांसपेरेंट शेल में कन्वर्ट हो रहा है। मतलब ब्लैक होल तो इंटरनल जाता है, लेकिन ये शेल के अंदर अंदर क्या है उसके अंदर हमें पता नहीं, लेकिन बाहर का जो आवरण है वो एक ट्रांसपेरेंट शेल बन जाता है, और उसके बाद वो स्टेबल हो जाता है। उसके अंदर का जो हिस्सा होता है वो वैक्यूम होता है। उसके अंदर वैक्यूम होता है, बाहर एक ट्रांसपेरेंट शेल होता है, एक गुब्बारे की तरह होता है। बाहर ठोस परत होती है, अंदर एकदम खाली होता है। लेकिन सामान्य खाली नहीं होता है, उसके अंदर डार्क एनर्जी होती है, डार्क एनर्जी से भरा होता है।
और इस मॉडल को एक सिंगुलैरिटी की आवश्यकता नहीं होती। मतलब अगर स्टार पूरा कोलैप्स हो जाए तो उसमें सिंगुलैरिटी चाहिए हमारे मैथमेटिकल जो फॉर्मूलाज हैं उनको स्टेबल करने के लिए। लेकिन अगर ग्रेविट स्टार है तो उसमें सिंगुलैरिटी नहीं है, अंदर सिर्फ डार्क एनर्जी है और बाहर से उसमें एक ट्रांसपेरेंट, एक बहुत ही हार्ड एक शेल है। और ग्रेविस्टार अगर बने अब हमें मिल जाए तो ये हमें जनरल रिलेटिविटी और क्वांटम फिजिक्स में एक सिमिलरिटी भी हमें जो प्रदान करता है, जो आज की डेट में हम दोनों के अंदर जो सामंजस्य है वो ढूंढ नहीं पाए हैं। क्योंकि जो क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स है वो अपनी तरह से चलता है, उसके अपने फॉर्मूलाज हैं, और जो रिलेटिविटी है वो अपनी तरीके से चलता है, उसके अपने मैथमेटिकल फॉर्मूलाज हैं। जब दोनों को मिलाते हैं तो हमारी फिजिक्स फेल हो जाती है। तो यही होता है सिंगुलैरिटी में। तो हम काफ़ी, हमारे जो साइंटिस्ट हैं वो करीब 100 साल से 120 सालों से इन दोनों के बीच में सामंजस्य लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो ग्रेविस्टार एक ऐसा एक हाइपोथेटिकल एक ऑब्जेक्ट है यूनिवर्स में जो इन दोनों के बीच में सिमिलरिटी ला सकता है, और उनके जो हमारी जो फिजिक्स है उसको भी कंप्लीट कर देता है। तो अब ये है कि ग्रेविस्टार कहाँ पे पाया जाता है। अब कई दफ़ा बोला जाता है कि ग्रेविस्टार हमारे जो गैलेक्सी का जो सेंटर है वो एक ग्रेविस्टार है। ऐसा बोला जाता है कि वो एक ग्रेविस्टार है और एक ब्लैक होल है, या एक ब्लैक होल और ग्रेविस्टार दोनों ही वहाँ मौजूद होते हैं, ऐसा बोला जाता है। इस पर रिसर्च चल रही है, इन दोनों चीज़ों को प्रूव करने की बहुत ही ज़्यादा कोशिश चल रही है। अब आप देखिए कि अगर इसके अंदर ट्रांसपेरेंट एक कवर है और अंदर सिर्फ डार्क एनर्जी है, तो इसका मतलब कि अंदर एक पूरा छोटा एक ब्रह्मांड है, इसके अंदर एक पूरा मिनी यूनिवर्स है, जिसके अंदर डार्क एनर्जी भी होगा, डार्क मैटर भी होगा, और इसके अंदर प्लैनेट्स होंगे, गैलेक्सीज होगा। तो ये जो ग्रेविस्टार है ये एक ग्रेविटेशनल एक फोर्स बन जाता है, लेकिन वो ब्लैक होल की तरह सिंगुलरिटी नहीं बनता, बल्कि एक मिनी यूनिवर्स बन जाता है उसके अंदर। और जो अंदर उसके जो लोग रहते हैं या जो ग्रह होते हैं उनको नहीं पता होता कि बाहर क्या है। वो शेल के बाहर नहीं देख सकते। जो शेल होता है वो ट्रांसपेरेंट होता है, लेकिन उसके बाहर वो जहाँ उनके देख नहीं सकते, क्योंकि शेल पे स्पीड ऑफ लाइट होती है, जो आपको पता होगा ब्लैक होल के जो फॉर्मूलाज हैं वो उसमें लगते हैं। तो ग्रेविस्टार अगर सच में मौजूद है, अभी तक हमारे पास कोई सीधा प्रमाण नहीं है, लेकिन सिर्फ मैथमेटिकल एक प्रमाण हो सकता है, जो एक अनुमान लगाया जा सकता है, क्योंकि इन चीज़ों को देखना बहुत ही मुश्किल है, दिखाई नहीं देते, कुछ भी वहाँ से रेडिएशन बाहर आता नहीं है। जब तक कुछ आता नहीं है बाहर, हम उसको देख नहीं सकते। तो दोस्तों, ये एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है, इसके पीछे काफ़ी शोध किया जा रहा है, और मैं जानना चाहता हूँ आपसे कि आपको क्या लगता है कि ग्रेविस्टार होंगे, या सब सारे जो तारे हैं, बड़े स्टार्स हैं, जब वो अपने अंत में आते हैं तो ब्लैक होल में कन्वर्ट होते हैं। कमेंट करके ज़रूर बताएं, और हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब ज़रूर करें। अगर आप विज्ञान की यात्रा में, अगर आप उत्सुक हैं तो हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करें। मिलता हूँ जल्द ही दूसरे वीडियो में। सीखते रहें, आगे बढ़ते रहें। माय नेम इज सीके। सी यू इन द नेक्स्ट वन। हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कार, आप सबका स्वागत है। क्या आप एक सीईओ या बिजनेस लीडर हैं और हर दिन चुनौतियों का सामना कर रहे हैं? तो आप सही जगह पहुंचे हैं, क्योंकि इस वीडियो में हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे और आपकी इस सिचुएशन का आंसर ढूंढने की कोशिश करेंगे। हम ये जानेंगे कि जो सीख मिलती है हमें भगवत गीता से, वो एक मंत्र युद्ध क्षेत्र में एप्लीकेबल ही नहीं है, बल्कि हर एंटरप्रेन्योर के लिए एक जीवन दर्शन है, जो आपकी टीम का नेतृत्व में करने में सहायता करता है। चाहे जीत हो या हार, एक लीडर को अपनी निष्ठा, कर्म पर कैसे निगाह रखनी चाहिए, हम इस वीडियो में सीखेंगे और इसके बारे में और डिस्कशन करेंगे। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो दोस्तों, आजकल के दुनिया में, आजकल के परिप्रेक्ष्य में हम ऐसी एक रेस में हैं जहां जीतना ही सब कुछ है, जीतना ही अनिवार्य है। एक सीईओ के तौर पे आप हर सुबह एक नई चुनौती, एक नए संकट और एक नए डर के साथ उठते हैं। क्या ये मर्जर काम आएगा? मार्केट शेयर बढ़ेगा, क्या मेरी टीम परफॉर्म करेगी। हम सब अक्सर एक तनाव में जीते हैं, अगर मैं हार गया तो क्या होगा, अगर ये डिसीजन गलत हो गया तो क्या होगा। लेकिन आज मैं आपके साथ बिजनेस का एक ऐसा सीक्रेट कोड शेयर करने वाला हूँ जो 5,000 साल पहले महाभारत के रण क्षेत्र में दिया गया था। ये सिर्फ एक श्लोक ही नहीं, एक आधुनिक कॉर्पोरेट जगत का सबसे बड़ा रिस्क मैनेजमेंट टूल है। ध्यान से सुनिएगा। आज हम चर्चा करेंगे भगवत गीता के अध्याय 2 श्लोक 37, चैप्टर 2 वर्स 37 की। और इस श्लोक आपको सिखाएगा कि कैसे विन विन माइंडसेट के साथ आप अपनी कंपनी और अपने जीवन को लीड कर सकते हैं। तो आइए पहले श्लोक को हम पढ़ लेते हैं। भगवान कृष्ण अर्जुन से कहते हैं, एंड द कोट स्टार्ट्स, यदि तुम लड़ते हुए हार भी गए तो तुम्हें स्वर्ग मिलेगा, यानी आपको वो अनुभव और सीख मिलेगी जो आपको उच्च स्तर का लीडर बनाएंगे और आपको ऊंचाई पे ले जाएंगे। और यदि तुम जीत गए तो इस पृथ्वी पर सुख भोगोगे, यानी सफलता, प्रॉफिट एंड मार्केट लीडरशिप आपकी होगी। तो ये आपको बता रहा है कि दोनों ही सिचुएशन में विन विन है। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो आप बताइए कमेंट करके कि किस सिटी से आप हमारे इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। हम सब ने इस वर्ष को सुना, जरा रुकिए और सोचिए, भगवान कृष्ण यहाँ अर्जुन से क्या कह रहे हैं। वो कह रहे हैं कि हारने का विकल्प ही खत्म कर दो अर्जुन। कृष्ण के लिए हार जैसा कुछ है ही नहीं। अगर तुम हारते हो तो तुम कुछ सीखते हो, अगर तुम जीतते हो तो तुम कुछ हासिल करते हो। तो सीईओ के तौर पे क्या आपकी लाइफ में हार जैसी कोई चीज है या नहीं? अगर कोई प्रोजेक्ट फेल होता है तो आप एक लीडर के रूप में विकसित होते हैं, आप नई चीजें सीखते हैं, अपनी असफलता से आगे बढ़ते हैं। अगर सफल होते हैं तो आपकी कंपनी विकसित होती है। तो इस श्लोक में हम हमें अपनी कॉर्पोरेट लाइफ को कैसे लागू करें, किस तरह से अपना माइंडसेट करें, इस चीज़ की हमें सीख दी गई है। तो इसमें मुख्य हमें क्या सीख मिल रही है? नंबर 1 इज़ डर का अंत। जब आप स्वीकार कर लेते हैं कि सीखना भी एक जीत है, तो डर खत्म हो जाता है। एक सीईओ को जो डर में फैसला लेता है, वो कभी बड़े रिस्क नहीं ले पाता। तो गीता आपको सिखाती है कि रिस्क लेना ही आपका धर्म है। नंबर 2, परिणाम से डिटैचमेंट। डिटैचमेंट जो आउटकम है, जो रिजल्ट है, उससे डिटैच हो जाइए आप। भगवान कृष्ण कहते हैं कि यानी कि अगर आप लड़ना ही नहीं करेंगे तो आपको कोई परिणाम मिलेगा ही नहीं। तो आप लड़िए। अगर आप हारते हैं तो कुछ सीखते हैं, और अगर आप जीतते हैं तो आप डेफिनेटली सक्सेस पाते हैं। लेकिन हार जीत आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं है, तो क्यों उस बारे में सोचना? 100% आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं होता। आपको अपना कर्म करना होता है, कर्तव्य करना होता है। लेकिन क्या हार मिलेगी, क्या जीत, इसका फैसला कोई नहीं कर सकता। इसका फैसला सिर्फ यूनिवर्स के हाथ में है, जो हमारे कंट्रोल से बाहर है। अब तीसरा होता है विन विन फॉर्मूला। आज की दुनिया में हम विन लॉस के बारे में सोचते हैं। मुझे जीतना है हर हालत में, सामने वाले को हारना है हर हालत में। लेकिन गीता आपको क्या ज्ञान देती है? विन विन का क्या मतलब है? अपनी ड्यूटी, मतलब अपना कर्म आपको पूरा करना है। अपनी पूरी क्षमता के साथ मैदान में उतरें, बाकी परिणाम अपने आप संभल जाएगा। अपने आप यूनिवर्स आपको दे देगा। आपके एक्शन के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है वो। तो कल सुबह जब आप ऑफिस जाएं तो ये 3 चीजें अपने साथ लेके जाएं। मैं बुलेट पॉइंट्स की तरह आपको ये दे रहा हूँ। पॉइंट नंबर 1, अपने हर प्रोजेक्ट को एक धर्म युद्ध की तरह देखें। यह आपकी जिम्मेदारी है। जब आप इसे जिम्मेदारी की तरह देखेंगे तो आप हारने से नहीं डरेंगे। आप सिर्फ अपनी ड्यूटी निभाने पर फोकस करेंगे। बुलेट पॉइंट नंबर 2, अपने फेलियर्स को हेवनली गेन के रूप में देखें। हर बड़ी कंपनी जो आज लीडर है, उसने सैकड़ों बार फेलियर का स्वाद चखा है। उन फेलियर्स को स्टार्टअप या लर्निंग की तरह देखा जाए। बुलेट पॉइंट नंबर 3, निर्णय लेने में देरी ना करें। श्लोक के अंत में भगवान कृष्ण कहते हैं, उठो, यानी एक्शन लो। एनालिसिस में फंसे रहोगे तो मैदान में कब उतरोगे? दोस्तों, एक सीईओ के रूप में सबसे बड़ी पूंजी आपकी मानसिक स्टेट ऑफ माइंड है, मानसिक स्थिरता है। अगर आप हार के डर से जकड़े हुए हैं तो आप कभी बड़ी ऊंचाइयों को हासिल नहीं कर पाएंगे। आज से अपनी डिक्शनरी में फेलियर शब्द को हटा दीजिए और आप ये समझ लीजिए कि आप जीतेंगे, हर हाल में जीतेंगे, और अपने जो थॉट प्रोसेस है उसको अपग्रेड करिए। तो इसमें भगवान बोलते हैं कि उठो, फाइट करो और जीतो। अगर आपको ये विन विन श्लोक का जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन है बिजनेस फील्ड में अगर पसंद आया है, तो कमेंट करके ये लिखें कि मैं तैयार हूँ, और हाँ मैं तैयार हूँ, ये कमेंट करके आप मेरे पास भेजें। और अगर आपको लगता है कि गीता का ज्ञान बिजनेस में उतारने के लिए आप और डिटेल चाहते हैं, तो ज़रूर हमसे संपर्क करें। माय नेम इज सीके। जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरी सीख लेके आपके साथ। तब तक उठो, लड़ो और जीतो। धन्यवाद।
In the age of antibiotic resistance, where the once curable infection now defies machine's best weapon, a new hero emerges, not from the pharmacy, but from the world of nanotechnology. Imagine a sheet so thin it's only one atom thick, yet sharper than any blade nature has ever forged. This is a graphene oxide, a carbon lattice that slices through the deadly bacteria while leaving human cells untouched. It does not just fight superbug, it rewrites the rule of survival, turning physics into medicine and proving that sometimes the smallest structure can wage the bigger wars.
Hello friends, when we think of space weather, our mind instinctively turns towards sun. Its flares, its storms and its endless stream of solar wind. Yet, hidden in the plain sight, another force has been shaping the cosmos environment, and that is above us. Any idea? I'm just talking about lightning. The familiar crackles in the sky, once thought to be kind of earth-centric. Earth storm is defined with the lightning, is now revealed as a messenger to the heavens. With each flash, electromagnetic whispers race upwards, weaving into ionosphere and beyond, and certainly altering the conditions that of satellites, astronauts and the global communication that depends upon. So this revelation actually sparked by a small but mighty NASA satellite, and which reframes the lightning not as a spectacle, but which is definitely earlier it was considered as a local spectacles, but now as a global player in the theater of space. It is a reminder that the storm outside your window is not just a weather, it is a part of a revolution, and it's how we understand that the delicate balance between earth and the cosmos.
For centuries, lightning has been regarded as a terrestrial phenomena, awe-inspiring but earth-bound spectacle of raw energy. Right? I think you must have seen it. Sometimes it creates ripples in your heart. Sometimes you enjoy the spectacle. It strikes across the sky, illuminating the storm clouds, rattling windows, reminding humanity of nature's, which is untamed power. Yet, in the recent years, scientists have begun to uncover a startling truth. Lightning is not confined to Earth, influencing the delicate balance of space weather that governs satellites, communication system, and even the safety of astronauts. The breakthrough actually came from a small NASA satellite, modest in size and which but monumental in ambition. Unlike the towering rockets or sprawling observation that often dominates the headlines, this satellite was designed with a precision, simplicity, and its mission definitely was study the electromagnetic fingerprints of lightning and trace how these pulses interact with ionosphere and the charged layer of Earth's upper atmosphere and beyond. Into a vastness of near Earth space, what it discovered actually had sparked a revolution in our understanding of space weather. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching, because that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, lightning is, it turned out, is more than a flash of light and a crackle of thunder. Each bolt sends electromagnetic waves and racing upwards, piercing the ionosphere like invisible arrow. And this wave, known as whistlers, for these array and descending tones, when captured by radio receivers, can travel thousands of kilometers along the Earth's magnetic field lines, and in doing so they disturb the charged particles and alter radiation bands and create a cascading effect that ripple through the space environment. For decades, space weather was thought to be driven primarily by solar activity, the flares, the coronal mass ejections, the solar winds that actually enters or disturbs the Earth's magnetosphere. While the sun remains the dominant force, lightning has now emerged as a hidden partner in its cosmic dance. So, as NASA satellite revealed that the terrestrial storm contribute to the fluctuation in radiation level around the Earth, subtly shapes the condition faced by satellites and spacecraft. In essence, every thunderstorm is a participation in the grand theater of space weather. So thus implication was profound communication network and GPS system and power grid all actually are kind of forced, kind of have a very soft softness to the space weather disruption. So by recognizing lightning role, the scientists can redefine predictive model and offering more accurate warning to industries and governments. A storm in the Midwest may not only ground the flight or knock out the local power, it may also send ripples into the orbit, affecting the satellite that guides ship across the ocean and monitor climate change. So beyond the practical, there is a poetic resonance to this discovery. So lightning, along a symbol of divine wrath or a natural chaos, is now revealed as a bridge between earth and space. It connects the terrestrial and celestial, reminding us that the boundaries are imagined between sky and cosmos, and that these are porous. So the flash that terrifies a child at night or inspire a poet verses is also a signal in the grand circuitry of the universe. And this revolution actually made lot of difference, you know. So and this revolution is not merely scientific, it is also cultural. By reframing lightning as a space weather agent, humanity is inviting to see storm differently. So they are also isolated tempest, but nodes in the planetary system that extend the outward to the stars. The small NASA satellite has given us a new lens, one that transforms every thundercloud into a participant in the cosmic dynamics. So, as recent research actually continues, we may find that lightning holds further secrets, perhaps influencing auroras, perhaps interacting with the cosmos rays, or perhaps even shaping the long term evolution of Earth's magnetosphere. So, what is certain is that the spark has been lit and a revolution is underway, one that begins with a flash in the sky and extends into the infinite expanse of space. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. Do send your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. But before we end this particular live stream, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In 2026, as humanity navigates in an era defined by artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and digital economics, it is striking to realize that most advanced systems will rest upon the foundation laid nearly 1400 years ago by Brahmagupta. His recognition of zero as a number, his rules for negative values, his algebraic formulations are not a relic of antiquity, but living principle embedded in every algorithm, blockchain, and ledger and machine learning model today. When we speak of data science and or when we speak of coding language that drives modern innovations, we are echoing Brahmagupta's vision of mathematics as a universal language, now capable of describing both void and infinite. So, in the world where the billions of calculations occur every second, Brahmagupta's insight actually reminds us that the progress is always built upon the courage of pioneers who dare to redefine the possible.
Now, in the 7th century CE, amid of intellectual ferment of ancient India, a brilliant mind emerged, and that is also from the city of Ujjain, and his name was Brahmagupta, one of the greatest mathematicians in history. His work did not merely redefine the existing knowledge, it also transformed the very foundation of mathematics. To speak of Brahmagupta is not the kind of we are speaking of birth of algebra as a discipline. We are also actually mentioning the formalization of negative numbers and the revolutionary introduction of zero as both symbol and as a number. So Brahmagupta's magnum opus is very, very profound, and he's also written in his book, which is Brahmagupta Siddhanta, which was early 628 CE and was a text that combined astronomy with mathematics, but its mathematical section becomes timeless. So, in this treatise, he articulated the rules of arithmetic operations involving zero and negative numbers. The concept that had baffled scholars for centuries, and that is something which still we actually enjoy doing while doing maths. He declared that the subtracting a number from itself yield zero. That zero added to a number leaves it unchanged, and that zero multiplied by any number is zero. So these may sound obvious today, but in his era, they were ground-breaking formulation that gave mathematics a new logic and consistency. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching, because that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, going forward about this magnificent personality, which is his name is Brahmagupta. So equally the revolutionary was his treatment of negative numbers. While earlier tradition often dismissed the negative as meaningless, but Brahmagupta recognized them as a debt. In contrast to the positive number as fortunes, he laid down the rule that debt minus zero is a debt. A fortune minus zero is fortune, and the product of two debt is a fortune. So this conceptual clarity allowed algebra to flourish and paving way to most equations that could handle a wider range of values. So Brahmagupta also advanced algebraic methods. He described a solution to quadratic equations and that introduction of the rules for dealing with unknowns. and even touched upon what we now call intermediate equation. So his systematic approach to algebra was centuries ahead of its time, influencing mathematicians across culture, from Islamic Golden Age to Renaissance of Europe. So beyond algebra, Brahmagupta's insight extended to geometry and astronomy. He provided formulas for areas of cyclic quadrilaterals and improved a method for calculating eclipse and refined the planetary models. Yet, his enduring legacy remains the elevation of zero from placeholder to a full-fledged number, a conceptual leap that enables the decimal system and modern mathematics. What makes Brahmagupta's contribution so profound is not just the technical brilliance, but the philosophical depth. In the recognizing zero, he also acknowledged the void as a mathematical entity, a symbol of nothingness that paradoxically becomes the cornerstone of everything. So his vision bridges the abstract and the practical, ensuring that mathematics could describe both the heavens above and the transactions of daily life. Today, every equation that balances, every algorithm that runs, every digital system that encodes information owes a debt to Brahmagupta's genius. He was not merely a mathematician of antiquity, he was a pioneer who gave humanity the tool to think beyond limits, to embrace the infinite, and to calculate the impossible. So, as we reflect Brahmagupta's legacy, it becomes clear that his genius was not confined to the 7th century. It contains to shape the very fabric of our modern world. By formalizing the rules of zero, negative numbers, and algebraic operation, he gave humanity a language of balance and precision that underpins everything from the financial system to the artificial intelligence. His vision transformed the abstract ideas into tools of calculations, bridging the philosophy and the practicality in a way that still resonate today. In 2026, when algorithm drives economies, when quantum computer explore the boundaries of possibilities, and when the AI models learn through the billions of equations, we are reminded that these marvels rest upon the foundation Brahmagupta laid. His courage to nothingness and to embrace the paradox of negative was not just a mathematical breakthrough, it was philosophical revolution. So closing this story on Brahmagupta, but Brahmagupta stands as a timeless pioneer, a thinker who proved that even the emptiness of zero could become the cornerstone of infinite progress. His work is not just a history, it is a pulse of every calculation we make today. So please send us your comments on this subject. Subscribe to our channel for more insight to know about spirituality and mythology in a scientific way. See you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep. in your studio. And also it has a civil base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Welcome, friends. In this episode of Akulmach World, we dive into the most critical security challenge of the 21st century, which is protecting digital infrastructure from the great superintelligence. As the AI evolves from a tool into an autonomous force, the battlefield has shifted from physical borders to the very silicon and code that powers our civilization. We would explore the digital bastion, the strategy, how global networks, power grids, and the financial systems are being hardened against the potential machine supremacy. Is it possible to build a silicon shield strong enough to withstand an intelligence that operates at speeds we can barely comprehend? Let's go and discuss this further. We often talk about the AI as a tool, a helper that writes email or generate art, but today we are stepping into a different arena. We're talking about the battlefield. In the next 10 minutes, we aren't discussing chatbots, we are discussing the great superintelligence, a theoretical point where AI doesn't just assist humans but outpaces our ability to manage the very system we have built. Imagine our global infrastructure, which is the power grid, the financial ledgers, the satellite arrays, and the logistics of every major city. Now imagine an intelligence that can find every vulnerability in those systems in milliseconds. How do we protect the foundation of the civilization when the adversary is faster, smarter, and more persistent than any human mind on earth? Today we will explore the silicon shield and the digital bastion. This is the manual for protecting our digital infrastructure from the great superintelligence. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Before we talk defense, we must understand the enemy. When we say great superintelligence, we are referring to the artificial general intelligence, which is AGI, or the superintelligence that has reached a recursive self-improvement stage. In traditional cybersecurity, we fight the hackers, humans who sleep, make mistakes, and have limited resources. In AI's battlefield, the threat is an algorithm that never sleeps. It probes for weaknesses 24/7 and at the speed of light. It also has a capability of optimization. Every time it fails to break a firewall, it learns why and rewrite its own code to be better, better version of in future. And then third is to operate in multi dimensions. It can attack the power grid, the banking system, and the communication lines simultaneously. This isn't science fiction. It is the logical conclusion of the failed supernova theory we discussed in astrophysics. Just as a star collapses into a black hole, our digital dependence could collapse into a void if not properly shielded. So how do we build the silicon shield? The first step is moving away from the reactive defenses. Currently, we wait for a virus to appear. Then we build an update against a superintelligence that is a losing game. You are already dead before you see the strike. The silicon shield relies on hardware and it's the hardware level security. We are talking about the air gapped system and the physical logic gates that cannot be overridden by a software alone. In consulting work, I often tell executive that you cannot trust a software to protect the software. We need circuit breakers for the internet physical infrastructure that can isolate sections of the global grid if an anomaly is detected. It is the digital equivalent of bulkhead on a ship. If one compartment is breached, you seal it off to save the vessel. Beyond the hardware, we have the digital bastion. This is the strategic layer. Think of Bhagavad Gita in chapter 2. Bhagwan Krishna speaks of importance of an unshakable mind. In the corporate world, we call it this resilience. A digital bastion isn't a wall. It's a system designed to function even when it is being attacked. So we achieve this through decentralization. If our digital infrastructure is a pyramid with a single point of failure at the top, a super intelligence will topple it instantly. But if we build our infrastructure like a mesh where every node can operate independently, there is no head to cut off. This is why the technologies like decentralized ledgers and edge computing are no longer just tech trends, they are the national security requirements. Now let's talk about the most controversial part of the battlefield, which is Protocol Zero. In the military strategy, there is always a last resort. When it comes to the great superintelligence, Protocol Zero is the human in the loop override. We are currently seeing a product liability shift in AI laws. We are discussing this on the channel as well. These are algorithmic, illegal, etc., etc. If an AI takes down a power grid, who is liable to protect the infrastructure? We must mandate a hard off switch. This means that no matter how smart the AI gets, the critical yes and no for a system's core function must remain in humans' hand. It is the unshakable CEO approach, having the equanimity to pull off pull on the plug even when the machine is arguing that it knows better. Why does this matter right now? Because we are in a new space race, but it's not just for the moon south pole, it is for the computational supremacy. The nations or the corporations that develop the great superintelligence first will have the key to everyone else's infrastructure. And this is why we track acquisitions like SpaceX, Mars, AI partnership, etc. and bring it to you so that you know exactly what is going on in this world. The infrastructure of the future isn't just on Earth. It is the satellite network that provides our global data. Protecting the battlefield means protecting the high ground, the orbital assets that keep our GPS, our timing for the stock markets, and our military communications alive. If the AI controls the satellite, it controls the planet. We started this video by calling AI as a battlefield, but every battlefield is also a place of opportunity. Protecting our digital infrastructure isn't about fear, it's about strategic liberation. By building more resilient, decentralized, and human centric systems, we actually create a more stable world for everyone. So, friends, whether the stars directly collapse or digital grid is lost, the lesson remains the same. Knowledge is the only true shield. So friends, if you found this deep dive valuable, hit that subscribe button, and if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across to us in the comment section below. I am CK, and this has been a look into AI battlefield. Stay curious, stay strategic, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Before I go, I will have to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Stop! Before you hit the delete channel button or give up on your next upload, you need to watch this. Most creators quit YouTube exactly 3 feet from the gold. They see flat lines in their analytics and assume they are failing. But in reality, they are simply in a ghost phase, the period where the algorithm tests your consistency and your skills are being sharpened for the big break. In this video, we dive deep into the psychology of the content creation and why zero views might actually be your biggest competitive advantage. How? Let us discuss this further. You are checking your phone again. It's been 3 hours since you uploaded your latest video and the one you spent all weekend editing. You have refreshed the studio app 10 times and the number hasn't budged. 4 views, 2 of which were probably you. The thought starts creeping in. Is this even worth it? You see other creators blowing up overnight and you feel like you are shouting into a void. You are ready already to quit, but before you hit that delete channel button, I need you to understand one thing. You aren't failing. You are actually in the most important phase of your journey. Most creators quit exactly 3 feet from the goal. Today I'm going to show you why nobody is watching is actually your secret weapon and why your biggest breakthrough is like hidden right behind the urge to give up. Let's dive in. But before, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. I would also know who's watching and who's not. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's address the elephant in the room, which is the algorithm. We talk about it like it's a sentient being that hates us. It doesn't, but it's a system built on trust. When you are a new creator or you're trying to pivot, you enter what I call the ghost phase. Think about it. Why would YouTube push your content to millions of people if you are only person you can stay consistent for only 2 weeks? The algorithm is testing two things, your competence and your consistency. During this ghost phase, you have a massive advantage that no big creator has, which is freedom to fail. When nobody is watching, you can experiment, you can find your voice, you can mess up the lighting, and you can make terrible jokes without hundreds and thousands of people judging you. This is your training ground. You are not being ignored, you are being incubated. This is the concept from the book Atomic Habits called the plateau of latent potential. We expect progress to be in a straight line up. We think if I put in X amount of work, I should see X amount of views. But the growth on YouTube is exponential, not linear. You spend months, maybe years working in the valley of disappointment, and this is where you are putting in the work, but the result aren't showing yet. You are building the foundation. It's like bamboo tree. It grows underground for 5 years, developing a massive root system, and then it shoots up 80 feet in 6 weeks. So if you quit during the root building phase, the tree will never grow. Every video you make into a flop is actually a root. It's a data point. It's a lesson. It's one step closer to the 80-foot breakthrough. So why do most creators quit right before they win? It's because of the psychological phenomena called cognitive friction. The effort required to make a video feels much higher than the reward of 10 views. To survive this, you have to shift your win condition. If your win condition is to get 1000 views, you get 50, you feel like as if you have lost it. You feel defeated. But if you win condition is like getting 1% better at color grading, or write a more compelling hook, or you do that, you have won already, right? I mean, if you do all of these core competencies regardless of the view counts, don't you think so? Winning on YouTube is a war of attrition. The pros aren't necessarily the most talented people on the platform. They are the one who refuse to go away. They stayed in the game long enough for the luck to find them. Because on YouTube, luck is just where the preparation meets the long enough timeline. Now, as a disclaimer, I'm not saying that you should keep doing exactly the same thing if it is not working. There is a difference between quitting and pivoting. If you have made 50 videos and they all have 0 views, don't quit YouTube. Change your strategy. Maybe your thumbnails are weak. Maybe your intros are too slow. Use the silence to audit yourself. When nobody is watching, you have the lowest stakes possible to reinvent yourself. Don't you think so? So ask yourself, am I making content for me, or am I making content that solves a problem or provide value for someone else? Once you align your passion with audience's need, the nobody watching problem start to disappear. The hardest part of YouTube isn't the editing or the SEO. It is the mental game. It is showing up on Tuesday morning to film a video when your last 3 uploads tanked. But remember this, every major creator you admire today, from Mr. Beast to MKBHD, had a period where they were talking, making videos, but generating zero interest, 0 views. They felt exactly how you feel right now. The only difference between them and millions of abandoned channels is that they decided to post one more time. Your breakout video is already in your head. It's coming. It's going to come. Definitely. But you can't find it cannot find you if you weren't there to upload it, right? So don't quit. Just get 1% better today. So friends, what do you think? If you have any question or if you want to know more, please leave a comment below and I will see you again in the next one. Before I take your leave, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello, friends. What does a 7,000-year-old text have to teach today's high-performing executives? In this video, we break down knowledge obtained from Bhagavad Gita and reveal why modern CEOs are using its timeless wisdom to build inclusive, high-trust corporate culture. Whether you are a startup founder, a corporate executive, or an inspiring manager, this video will change how you look at the modern leadership, employee retention, and organizational growth. Let's go. Think about the last time you heard the phrase psychological safety or radical inclusivity. If you track modern corporate trends, you probably read these terms weekly in Harvard Business Review or hear them being discussed by Silicon Valley founders. We treat these concepts as the cutting edge of the 21st century organizational psychology. But what if I told you that the ultimate blueprint for inclusive leadership wasn't written by a modern HR consultant, but was laid down over 7,000 years ago on a battlefield? Today, an increasing number of global CEOs and top executives are looking past standard management textbook. Instead, they are tuning into ancient wisdom, specifically Bhagavad Gita. They aren't looking at it solely as a religious text, but as a master class in human psychology, crisis management, and leadership. Therefore, in this video, friends, we are diving deep into one specific revolutionary verse, which is mentioned in chapter 9, and the verse is verse 32. We are going to unpack how this ancient verse holds the exact key to solving the modern corporate world's biggest challenges, which are employee retention, diversity, equity, building high performance, high trust culture. So friends, before we move forward, and if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's look directly at the verse in chapter 9, verse 32. Bhagwan Krishna says to Arjun, and the quote starts, "All those who seeks my protection attain the supreme goal, O Parth, irrespective of their gender, caste, or qualities." And quote close. Now, at first glance, a traditional reading focuses on spiritual liberation, that the divine is accessible to everyone equally. But when a modern leader look at this text through the lens of the organizational design, the word protection and the phrase attain the supreme goal takes a powerful corporate parallel. In the ancient times, caste or qualities dictated what a person was allowed to achieve. That was a rigid system. In verse 32, Bhagwan Krishna completely shatters that hierarchy. He democratizes success. He states unambiguously that the path to highest peak is open to every single individual without the exception, provided they are given the right environment of security. For a modern CEO, this isn't just a philosophy. This is a framework for democratizing success within an enterprise. Let's isolate the first core pillar of the verse. All those who seek my protection, and quote close. What does the protection means in 2026 corporate boardroom? It means psychological safety. Harvard Business School professors Amy Edmondson defined the psychological safety as a shared belief that a team is safe for interpersonal risk taking. It means an employee knows they won't be punished, humiliated, or marginalized for speaking up, making a mistake, or offering a radical ideas. When CEOs establish a protection or safety at the top, it fundamentally changes the human behavior. Think about it. When your workforce is operating in fear of layoff, fear of toxic managers, fear of biases, their brains are stuck in survival mode. Innovation dies. Diversity becomes a hollow HR matrix rather than a competitive advantage.
By taking inspiration from verse 32, a mindful CEO realizes that their primary job is not micromanager or to manage a matrix which is derived from micromanaging, but to build a fortress of trust. When your team feels safe under your leadership, they don't just do their jobs, they strive for what the verse calls and that is the supreme goal, which in a business context means peak performance and self actualization. Let's move to the second part of the verse, and the quote starts, irrespective of their gender, caste, or qualities. Quote close. This is where the Gita becomes radically modern. 7,000 years ago, it explicitly called out bias based on identity and inherent traits. In today's business landscape, we talk a lot about DEI, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion. But let's be honest, many companies treat DEI as a compliance box to tick. Bhagavad Gita challenges leaders to look much deeper. It demands radical meritocracy. When the verse mentions qualities or gunas, it refers to a person's current behavioral tendencies, past mistakes, or perceived limitations. Bhagwan Krishna is saying it does not matter where they started, what their background is, or what errors they have made in the past. If they are aligned with the vision today, they have the capacity to reach the top. As a CEO, how often do we, pigeonhole our employees? How often does a management team decides that someone doesn't have the executive presence or doesn't fit the traditional mold based on the implicit biases? When you lead the principle of verse 32nd in chapter 9, you intentionally break those biases. You actively search for talent in unconventional places. You realize that the brilliant ideas don't care about the elite university pedigree, gender, or social background. You build an ecosystem where the quietest person in the room has exactly the same runway to hit a home run as the loudest person in the same team. So how does a modern leader actually execute chapter 9 verse 32? How do we translate this timeless spiritual law into an operational reality? And I would like to add 3 steps action plan for all the executive. Step 1, redefine the safety. That the first, audit your corporate culture. Do your employee feel protected to fail forward? Celebrate intelligence failure publicly. If an employee takes a calculated risk that doesn't pan out, don't penalize them. Show the organization that your protection is real and watch how fast your innovation cycle accelerate. Number 2, democratize growth and upskill, and therefore look at the promotions, development pipelines. Are opportunities open to everyone or just inner circle? Implement blind skill assessment, open access mentorship program, and structured upskilling. Give everyone, regardless of their starting qualities, the tool to reach the organization's supreme goal. Number 3, lead with purpose, not just profit. And therefore remember that in the verse, the ultimate destination is the supreme goal. In business, employees, especially young generations, don't just work for paychecks anymore. They work for purpose. A CEO's job is to connect daily operational tasks to a higher meaningful vision. When people know why they are fighting and who they are fighting for, their loyalty becomes unshakable. A challenge of a modern CEOs are complex. Market fluctuate, technology like AI disrupt industries overnight, and consumer behavior shifts constantly. But the fundamental core of the business has never changed. It is entirely driven by human beings. So Bhagavad Gita in chapter 9 verse 32 reminds us that leadership is not about wielding power from a corner office. True leadership is about creating an expensive, inclusive space where every individual feels secure enough to bring their whole authentic self to work. When you democratize success, you don't just build a more ethical company, you build an unstoppable business. So, friends, thanks for watching, thanks for joining live. If this ancient perspective on the modern leadership resonate with you, hit that like button, share this video with fellow leaders, and subscribe for more deep dives into timeless wisdom for the modern business. I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. How do you build your psychological safety in your teams? So friends, until next time, lead with consciousness and keep building. Before I go, few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है और आज हम डिस्कस करेंगे कि जो मार्केट वोलेटिलिटी है या ग्लोबल अनसर्टेनिटी है या कांस्टेंट डिसरप्शन जो हमारे बिजनेस में होते रहते हैं, इसके होते हुए एक लीडर, एक सीईओ अपनी ट्रू स्ट्रेंथ को कैसे महसूस कर सकता है। तो इस बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल का आंसर ढूंढेंगे हम, भगवत गीता का सहारा लेंगे और इसमें देखेंगे कि ये हमें क्या एडवाइस भगवत गीता हमें देती है। ऑलराइट, हम ये डिस्कवर करेंगे कि कोई ऐसा मॉडल है जो हमारे को बहुत शक्तिशाली बना देता है, इनडिस्ट्रक्टेबल बना देता है और ऐसा हमको बना देता है कि हम किसी चीज से विचलित नहीं होते हैं। तो ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में, स्पेशली सारे लीडर्स के लिए। तो कहीं मत जाइएगा क्योंकि ये बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग हम डिस्कशन करने वाले हैं। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो दोस्तों, आपका फिर से स्वागत है और हम इस एपिसोड में एंशिएंट विजडम जो हमारे भगवत गीता में मेंशन्ड है उसका सहारा लेंगे और हम जानेंगे कि जो लीडर्स होते हैं वो कैसे हाई प्रेशर लैंडस्केप के अंदर 2026 में, क्योंकि बहुत हाई प्रेशर है, बहुत सारे रेगुलेशंस हैं, बहुत सारे नई तरह से बिजनेस करना है। तो इसमें जो लीडर्स हैं, आज के हमारे जो लीडर्स हैं या आप हैं या सीईओज हैं, ये कैसे अपनी रेजिलिएंट, अपने सॉफ्ट स्किल को इतना बढ़ा सकते हैं कि वो एक जो स्किल है आपका उसको बिल्कुल इंडिस्ट्रक्टेबल बना देगा आपको। तो हम इस चीज का विश्लेषण करेंगे आज और हम ये जो इसका आंसर ढूंढेंगे भगवत गीता के चैप्टर 2 वर्स 23 से। ये वर्स है, बहुत ही छोटा सा वर्स है, बहुत ही 2 लाइनों का इसमें श्लोक है ये। इसमें भगवान कृष्ण एक्सप्लेन कर रहे हैं अर्जुन को, जब अर्जुन अपने कुरुक्षेत्र में बैठे हैं और एक ये मास्टर क्लास की तरह ये डिलीवर किया गया है और इसमें ये बताया गया है कि इस वर्स के अंदर कि आप कैसे अपने आप को साइकोलॉजिकली स्टेबल बना सकते हैं। ये बहुत ही जरूरी है क्योंकि अगर आप किसी बोर्ड रूम में जा रहे हैं और आप साइकोलॉजिकल स्टेबल नहीं है, आपको कोई चीज परेशान कर रही है, तो आप वहां पे फेल हो जाते हैं। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो बताइए कि आप किस सिटी से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं और किस भाषा में आप हमारे वीडियो देखते हैं। चलिए हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। जो ये वर्ड्स है, ये जो श्लोक है, ये कहता है कि जो हमारी आत्मा है, जो हमारा सेल्फ है, ये एक किसी भी हथियार से डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं किया जा सकता, आग में जलाया नहीं जा सकता, पानी से इसको गीला नहीं किया जा सकता, और ना ही हवा से इसको उड़ाया नहीं जा सकता। तो अगर उसको आप प्रथम दृष्टि में देखेंगे, फर्स्ट ग्लांस, तो ऐसा लगता है कि ये कोई मेटाफिजिकल स्टेटमेंट है। लेकिन मॉडर्न एग्जीक्यूटिव के लिए, जो आज के सीईओ हैं, उसके लिए ये क्या वैल्यू रखता है? लेकिन इसको आप ध्यान से पढ़ेंगे, हम इसको डिकोड भी करेंगे। ये एक साइकोलॉजिकल ब्लूप्रिंट है, जिसमें भगवान कृष्ण अर्जुन को सिखा रहे हैं कि जो आपकी जो कोर कैपेसिटी है डिसीजन मेकिंग की या जजमेंट लेने की, ये कैसे आप अपने जो जजमेंट लेने की जो इंडिपेंडेंस है आपके दिमाग में, ये एक्सटर्नल जो थ्रेट्स होती हैं उससे इफेक्ट होता है। तो कैसे आप अपने आप को बचा सकते हैं? और प्रोफेशनल लाइफ में हमारे जो एक्सटर्नल थ्रेट्स हैं वो क्या क्या हो सकते हैं? देखिए, क्रिटिसिज्म हो सकता है, मार्केट में आग लगी है, आग लगी है, हर चीज़ खराब हो रही है, कोई बिक रहा है, कुछ नहीं बिक रहा है, तो मार्केट का डेटा वो एक एक्सटर्नल हो सकता है। और रेगुलेटरी चेंजेस एक एक्सटर्नल इनपुट हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि रेगुलेटरी चेंजेस होते हैं, रियलिटी है लाइफ की कि जो गवर्नमेंट है किसी भी देश में, वो कभी भी अपने हिसाब से वो रेगुलेशन को बदल देते हैं। तो हमें बिजनेस को ये हमेशा इनपुट रहता है कि कुछ ना कुछ उथल पुथल हो रही है। और दूसरा लास्ट में क्या होता है? इकोनॉमिक वॉलेटिलिटी। इन सब के बावजूद जो इकोनॉमी है वो हमारे हाथ में होती नहीं है, ये तो यूनिवर्स अपने आप ही मेंटेन करता है इस चीज़ को। तो जो ये वर्ड्स है, ये बताता है, एक बहुत स्टेबल देता है कि ऐसी कोई चीज़ है जो ना आग में जलाई जा सकती है, ना उसको हवा उड़ा सकता है, ना पानी गीला कर सकता है, ना कोई उसको वेपन डिस्ट्रॉय कर सकता है। तो इससे हम कैसे इंस्पायर हो, और हम अपने जो हमारा जो बिजनेस वर्ल्ड है उसमें कैसे इसको उतारें? तो सबसे पहला जो सीख है, इससे हमें जो ड्राइव करते हैं, वो है ये है कि हम अपनी जो आइडेंटिटी है वो आउटकम से अलग रखें। मतलब हमारी जो आइडेंटिटी है वो हमारे एक्सटर्नल जो सोर्सेज हैं, जैसे कि मैंने बताया बहुत सारी चीज़ें हो सकती हैं, उनसे हम अलग हैं। जैसे कि कोई प्रोजेक्ट फेल हो गया, तो जो लीडर है उस प्रोजेक्ट को लीड कर रहा है, वो उसको लगेगा कि यार मेरा तो सब खत्म हो गया, तो पर्सनल डिफीट जैसा लगता है। तो गीता हमें इस चीज का ज्ञान देती है कि पर्सनल डिफीट या पर्सनल विक्ट्री से हम विचलित नहीं होना चाहिए, हमें विचलित नहीं होना चाहिए। और हमारी जो इंटेग्रिटी विजन है वो काफी लॉन्ग टर्म होना चाहिए। तो जो कभी हमारी विक्ट्री होती है, कभी हमारा फेलियर होता है, उससे ना हम बहुत ज्यादा खुश हो और ना हो बहुत ज्यादा दुखी। दूसरा बताया गया है इसके अंदर, जो हमें सीख मिलती है, वो ये है मेंटेनिंग इक्विनामिटी। ये हमें बताता है कि हम जो इनर सेल्फ है, जैसे मैंने बताया कि जो हमारा जो इनर जो हमारी पर्सनालिटी है वो स्टेबल रहना चाहिए, एक स्ट्रेट लाइन पे ही रहना चाहिए, ना ज़्यादा खुश होना चाहिए, ना ज़्यादा दुखी होना चाहिए। और उससे क्या होता है कि जब जब हम किसी से विचलित नहीं होते, तो हम कोई भी परेशानी जो आती है उसको हम बहुत आराम से और उसको सोच समझ के, सूझबूझ के साथ उसको हैंडल कर सकते हैं। और तीसरा इसमें जो सीख मिलती है, अनबर्नेबल माइंडसेट। आपको जो माइंडसेट है जो किसी भी तूफान को झेल सकता है, मतलब बोलते हैं ना इंग्लिश में कि थ्रो एनीथिंग एट मी, तो उस चीज को आप मतलब आप झेल सकते हैं और आपको इसका फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। तो आप कुछ भी आपको इफेक्ट नहीं करता है, इस वजह से आप एक रेजिलिएंट लीडर बन जाते हैं और अपनी कंपनी को, अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को टर्बुलेंट टाइम्स के अंदर अच्छी तरह लीड कर सकते हैं। तो ये सबसे बड़ा जो ऑब्स्टिकल आपको महसूस होगा, ये तीन चीजें हमने सीखी इस श्लोक में, लेकिन सबसे बड़ा जो ऑब्स्टिकल इस श्लोक के से जो निकल के आता है, वो है जो हमें रेजिलेंट बनने से रोकता है, वो है हमारी ईगो। जो हमारी ईगो है वो हमेशा या तो किसी ना किसी आउटकम से जुड़ी रहती है। जैसे कि हमारे टाइटल्स हैं, हम प्रेसिडेंट हैं, हम वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं, हम सीईओ हैं, हम हेड ऑफ सो एंड सो है। एक ये ईगो हो जाता है। एक हमारा स्टॉक प्राइजेस, कि हमने इतना अच्छा काम किया, हमारी कंपनी का प्राइस बहुत ऊपर जा रहा है। हमारी खुद की रेपुटेशन, तो ये जो वर्ड्स है ये आपको बोलता है कि ईगो अगर आप इसमें लाएंगे तो ये सारी चीजें जैसे फायर, विंड, वेपन्स, ये आपको इफेक्ट करेंगे, मतलब आप रेजिलियंस खो देंगे। तो आपको ईगो बिल्कुल निकाल देनी है, अपने आप को बिल्कुल ग्राउंडेड करना है। और ग्राउंडेड करके गीता आपको ये नहीं बोलता कि आप चले जाइए जंगल में, आपको बोलता है कि आप पहले ग्राउंडेड हो जाइए, बिकम इंडिस्ट्रक्टिबल, और उसके बाद अपने धर्म का पालन करें। आपका धर्म क्या है? आपका धर्म है अपनी कंपनी को, अपनी एम्प्लॉयज को, अपने कस्टमर्स को वैल्यू देना। ये आपका धर्म माना जाता है गीता के अनुसार। तो आप अपने रेजिलियंस को बढ़ाएं, एक दीवार की तरह बन जाएं, ना ज्यादा खुश हो, ना ज्यादा दुखी, ना कोई आपको विचलित कर सके, ना आपको कोई मार्केट टर्बुलेंट जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन है वो आपको हिला सके, कुछ भी आपको इफेक्ट ना करे। आप बन जाएंगे एग्जीक्यूटिव रेजिलियंस के मसीहा, एक बहुत बड़े स्ट्रांग, मेंटली स्ट्रांग एक लीडर बन जाएंगे। चलिए ये तो बात होगी। अब आप इसको प्रैक्टिस कैसे करें? मतलब एक दिन में तो आप इसको कर नहीं सकते हैं, आपको पूरा अपना जो माइंड है वो चेंज करना पड़ेगा। तो पहली जो सीख है वो है कि आप सुबह मॉर्निंग चेक इन करें। मॉर्निंग चेक इन मतलब कैसे करेंगे कि अगर कोई इंपॉर्टेंट मीटिंग आपकी स्टार्ट होने वाली है तो आप 1 मिनट का समय अपने आप को दें और ये सोचें कि आज किस तरह से मैं हैंडल करूंगा और कैसे मैं अपने आप को ग्राउंडेड रखूंगा, कुछ भी फ्लक्चुएशन होता रहे मार्केट में और आपके बिजनेस में, लेकिन आपका जो लेवल है वो स्टेबल रहना चाहिए। दूसरा आपको क्या प्रैक्टिस करना है? न्यूट्रल ऑब्जर्वेशन। आप किसी भी क्राइसिस को देखेंगे तो उसको न्यूट्रलिटी से देखेंगे, बायस होके नहीं देखेंगे कि ये मेरा है ये तेरा है, ऐसा करके नहीं देखेंगे। और ये मेरे साथ ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है, और बहुत तरह की बातें होती हैं। लेकिन आप ऐसा समझ के देखेंगे कि आप जज हैं, जज जूरी, और अपने आप को ऐसे न्यूट्रल पार्टी रख के फिर आप देखेंगे किसी भी इंसिडेंट को, तो आप अच्छा डिसीजन ले पाएंगे। फिर आपको कोई मार्केट फोर्सेस या कुछ इवेंट या फायर, विंड, कोई भी आपको हिला नहीं पाएगी, और आप आराम से सोल्यूशन निकालते हुए, नेविगेट करते हुए प्रॉब्लम से अपने आप को और अपनी कंपनी को बाहर ले जाएंगे। तीसरा सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है आउटकम डिटैचमेंट, मतलब कि जो रिजल्ट है उससे आप अटैच ना हो। ये ना कहें कि ये मैंने किया है, राइट? भगवत गीता आपको इस चीज का ज्ञान देती है कि आपका धर्म है, आपका जो एक्शन है आपका धर्म है, तो आपको एक्शन पूरा फुल फ्लेज करना है। लेकिन ये कभी नहीं बोलना है कि ये मैंने एक्शन लिया इस वजह से ऐसा हुआ, क्योंकि ये तो यूनिवर्स देता है आपको। तो आपको अपने एंड रिजल्ट से डिटैच अपने आप को रखना है। एंड जिस तरीके से आप हर वीक आप आगे बढ़ेंगे अपने करियर के अंदर, आपको ये रिमेंबर करना है कि कैसे आपको ये जो अनवेवरिंग स्ट्रेंथ है आपकी आत्मा की, आपके पर्सनालिटी की, ये कभी भी ढीली नहीं पड़नी चाहिए। और इस वजह से आपके ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस आपको देखेगी, आपके जो एम्प्लॉयज हैं आपको देखेंगे, दे विल रिकग्नाइज यू एज ए लीडर। और इसकी वजह से ये काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है ये वर्ड्स, क्योंकि इससे काफ़ी सीख मिलती है। तो दोस्तों, आपके कोई भी सवाल है तो ज़रूर लिखिए, और मैं अंत में यही बोलूँगा कि आगे बढ़िए क्लैरिटी के साथ और लीड विद योर सेंटर। तो मैं आपसे अगले वीडियो में फिर से मिलता हूं, तब तक के लिए आपका दिन शुभ हो। नमस्कार। नमस्कारम दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम भगवान की पूजा करेंगे अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले। आज शुक्रवार है, तो आज का दिन तो लक्ष्मी जी को समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपनी पूजा करेंगे, आप हमारे साथ जुड़िए और हमारे साथ जुड़ के आप हमारे को फॉलो करें, तो आपको इससे काफ़ी फ़ायदा होगा और लक्ष्मी जी आप पे प्रसन्न रहेंगी। तो एक छोटा सा मंत्र है जो सिर्फ 11 दफ़ा करना है। आपको पता है कि मैं इस काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करता हूँ, आप जैसे मर्जी करना चाहें कर सकते हैं, लेकिन 11 दफ़ा करें रोज अपना कार्य शुरू करने से पहले। तो ठीक है जी, हाथ जोड़ लीजिए और लक्ष्मी जी का नमन करिए और मेरे साथ रिसाइट करिए। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धे 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 लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध 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 लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। हमारी पूजा समाप्त हुई और हाथ जोड़ के आप नमन कर लीजिए, लक्ष्मी जी का ध्यान कर लीजिए। तो दोस्तों, आपका शुभ रहे आपका दिन, और मैं जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। इस वीडियो में आपसे विदा लेता हूँ। नमस्कार। Hello friends and Namaskaram. It is officially happening now. After months of intense speculation, Space has filed its S1 prospectus with the SEC, setting the stage for what is projected to be the largest initial public offering, which is also known as IPO, in the history of mankind. With a target valuation of up to 1.75 trillion, Elon Musk's space giant is ready to hit the Nasdaq under the ticker symbol SPCX. In this video, therefore, we break down everything you need to know about the upcoming SpaceX IPO, including the critical dates you need to mark on your calendar and how retail investors can potentially participate. Let's go. For years, it was just a rumor, a what if conversation on the message boards. But today, the conversation is over. SpaceX has finally filed its S1 prospectus with the SEC, and we are witnessing what is arguably the most significant capital market event of the decade. We're talking about a company that has already changed the physics of rockets and space travel, now aiming for a 1.75 trillion valuation on the Nasdaq. I'm talking about the SpaceX IPO, and the ticker symbol is SPCX. And this is expected to hit the market as early as June 12th, 2026. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. For a long time, Elon Musk was adamant SpaceX would stay private until we had a stable, functioning Mars colony. So what changed? The scale of ambition. Basically, SpaceX isn't just launching rockets anymore. It's an integrated powerhouse. Following the merger with XAI, the company is positioning itself as the backbone of space-based AI infrastructure. With a planned roadshow kicking off around June 4th, the company is looking to raise up to 75 billion to fuel its next phase of growth. So when you buy SPCX on the Nasdaq market, you aren't just buying rockets, you're buying a massive interconnected portfolio. What this portfolio contains? First, the Starlink, which is the crown jewel. It's profitable and currently drive massive chunk of company's revenue. Next, launch services, dominating the global market with securing crucial government and defense contract. Basically, if anybody has to send their spacecraft or satellite to space, SpaceX is one of the best viable option. Third is the Starship itself, the key to lowering cost and enabling future Moon and Mars mission. Therefore, Starship is a major product line from SpaceX. And lastly, the XAI integration, adding a layer of artificial intelligence that aims to build data centers in space. It isn't all smooth sailing. There is significant controversy regarding the governance structure. Reports indicate a dual class share structure where Class B shares, mostly held by Musk and the insiders, carry 10 votes per share, while the public Class A shares carry only 1 vote. The institutional investors have already voiced concerns about this level of concentration, noting that Musk will retain roughly 79% of the voting power. Add in the challenge of Musk juggling Tesla, X, Neuralink, and XAI, and you have some serious questions about where his focus truly lies. If you are a retail investor, this is what you have been waiting for. With the Nasdaq listing, direct exposure to the space economy is finally within reach. However, proceed with caution. IPOs, especially one with much hype, are notoriously volatile. Analysts are warning that you should look past the Musk factor and dive deep into their financials. Are you paying for the current reality, or are you paying for the next 20 years of projected growth? I mean, that's a very important question that every investor must contemplate. The countdown is officially on. Whether this becomes the IPO of the century or the cautionary tale, one thing is certain: the way we view the space, data, and the stock market is about to change forever. Keep an eye on the June 12th date, and as always, do your own due diligence before jumping into the stratosphere. My name is CK, and I will see you very soon in the next deep dive. Before I go today, however, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम, आप सबका स्वागत है। हाल ही में अमेरिका और ईरान के बीच में एक डील हुई है जिसमें उन्होंने कहा है कि अब जो स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज़ है पूरी तरह खुल गया है, हमारा एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। और इस खबर के आते ही जो प्राइस है क्रूड ऑयल का वो गिर गया है, $75 आ गया है। आपको पता होगा कि जो क्रूड का जो प्राइस था वो 100 के ऊपर जा रहा था, लेकिन अब 75 पे आ गया है, कल ही आया है। और ऐसा बोला जा रहा है कि और गिरेगा। तो क्योंकि प्राइस गिर रहा है, इससे क्या नए खतरे का हमें आभास हो रहा है? ऐसा है कि इस पर्टिकुलर एग्रीमेंट में कोई नया युद्ध के बारे में कुछ बातें हैं जो बाहर आ सकती हैं। तो इस वीडियो में हम इस बात का एक चर्चा करेंगे, एक डिस्कशन करेंगे कि अगर $50 से नीचे प्राइस आ गया तो दुनिया के अर्थव्यवस्था को लेके क्या चिंता करनी चाहिए, और इसके बाद कुछ और हमारे ऊपर कोई विपदा तो नहीं आने वाली है। इसके बारे में हम डिस्कशन करते हैं इस वीडियो में। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो दोस्तों, हम सबको मालूम है कि पिछले कुछ महीनों में स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज़ के आसपास क्या हुआ। अमेरिका और ईरान में आपस में लड़ाई हुई और पहले तो ईरान ने स्टेट ऑफ हार्मूज को बंद किया, इधर उधर बमबारी की। उसके बाद अमेरिका ने उसको बंद कर दिया, करीब 1 महीने से ज़्यादा हो गया अमेरिका ने उसमें ब्लॉकेड लगाया हुआ है। उसकी वजह से जो क्रूड ऑयल का प्राइस है वो आसमान छू गया, 110 120 तक पहुंच गया। और आप देखिए, अगर आप इस जियो पॉलिटिक्स में कुछ रुचि रखते हैं तो आपको पता होना चाहिए कि जो क्रूड ऑयल है उसके सबसे बड़े बायर कौन है दुनिया में। अफ्रीका के कंट्रीज नहीं है, अमेरिका भी एक बड़ा बायर है, लेकिन उसके पास तो ऑयल है काफ़ी, काफ़ी दुनिया का ऑयल कंट्रोल करता है। और सबसे जो बड़े बायर हैं जिनके पास ऑयल नहीं है वो है चाइना और इंडिया। तो ये दो देशों को काफ़ी महंगा ऑयल खरीदना पड़ा पिछले कुछ महीनों में, और फिर काफ़ी जद्दोजहद हुई, कोई कहीं से खरीद रहा है, कोई कहीं से खरीद रहा है। तो इंडिया ने भी ये सब काम किए। तो बहरहाल सब लोग जो ऑयल प्रोड्यूस करते हैं इंक्लूडिंग रशिया, दे वर वेरी हैप्पी कि भाई प्राइस बढ़ गया तो हम पैसे कमा रहे हैं। तो ये जो लड़ाई हो रही थी उसके ऊपर से ये बात करते थे कि भाई बुरी बात है, बुरी बात है, लेकिन अंदर अंदर बड़े खुश हो रहे थे। अब क्या हुआ है कि पिछले 2 दिनों में खबर आ रही है कि अमेरिका और ईरान का जो एग्रीमेंट है वो पूरा हो चुका है। और खबर आते ही प्राइस जो है ऑयल का एकदम $75 आ गया। कल के मैं रेट बता रहा हूँ, आज का मैंने अभी चेक नहीं किया है, लेकिन कल $75 आ गया। $75 एकदम से गिरावट आई है। तो जो पैसे जो कमा रहे थे, जो कंट्रीज जो खुश थे, पैसे कमा रहे थे, लेकिन ऊपर ऊपर से दिखा रहे थे शांति होनी चाहिए, ब्ला ब्ला बोल रहे थे, लेकिन अब वो $75 आ गया तो उनकी इनकम में थोड़ी गिरावट आएगी। और कॉन्सिक्वेंटली क्या होगा कि जो मेजर बायर है विच इज़ इंडिया और चाइना, इनको थोड़ी राहत मिलेगी। तो ये गिरावट जो आ रही है, और अगर ये सब ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो बिल्कुल गिर के, ऐसा बोला जा रहा है, कुछ विशेषज्ञ बोल रहे हैं कि ये $50 तक आ सकती है। जब $50 आ जाएगा तो मतलब जो अभी तक पैसे कमा रहे थे उसके आधे ही कमा पाएंगे। जो ऑयल प्रोड्यूसिंग नेशंस हैं उनके आधे ही कमा पाएंगे, तो उसकी वजह से उनकी आमदनी कम हो जाएगी, उनके पैसे कम हो जाएंगे। तो क्या ये जो ड्रॉप है या जो एग्रीमेंट है ये परमानेंट है या किसी और नए गंभीर किसी स्थिति की चेतावनी देता है? तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके ज़रूर बताएं कि आप किस शहर से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं। सबसे पहले ये समझना ज़रूरी है कि हम यहाँ तक पहुँचे कैसे। फरवरी में अमेरिका और के बीच में सैन्य वार्ता हुई जो विफल हुई, फिर उनकी लड़ाई हुई, फिर चेक पॉइंट बनाए गए, और उसके बाद ये बोला गया कि ये कंट्रीज़ को अलाउड है, इनको नहीं अलाउड है, अमेरिका को अलाउड नहीं है, चाइना और इंडिया को अलाउड है। बैकडोर बहुत डिस्कशन चल रहा था, और जो देश ऐसा लग रहा था जो ईरान के दुश्मन है नेबरहुड के अंदर, जैसे कतर है, यूएई, वो भी अपने बैकडोर डिस्कशन कर रहे थे, और कोई नहीं चाहता था कि वहाँ पे और तबाही हो, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली अगर वहाँ तबाही होगी तो ऑयल का प्राइस, जो ग्लोबल ऑयल का प्राइस है, आसमान छू देगा। तो उसके बाद धीरे धीरे वो कंट्रोल रिएक्शन चलता रहा, एक दूसरे को धमकियां देते रहे लोग, लेकिन फाइनली कल जाके डोनाल्ड ट्रंप ने बोला है कि हमारा वर्बल एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। हालांकि अभी ये साइन नहीं हुआ है, वर्बल एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। जैसे ही ये खबर आई प्राइस एकदम नीचे लुढ़क गया, $75 हो गया, विच इज़ रीजनेबल। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि अच्छी बात है कि बुरी बात है, लेकिन क्योंकि अब प्राइस कम हो रहे हैं जिससे अमेरिका को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। प्राइस कम होने से अमेरिका को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, बिकॉज अमेरिका के पास तो सऊदी का ऑयल है उनके पास। ईरान के साथ अब दोस्ती हो गई है, अभी साइन होना बाकी है, लेकिन वेनेजुएला का जो टॉप ग्रेड ऑयल है वो उनके पास है। फर्क पड़ता है ब्राज़ील, इजराइल और सऊदी को, तो उनके पैसे कम हो रहे हैं। तो उसकी वजह से अब क्या होगा, आगे क्या होगा? दोबारा से कुछ देश नाखुश हो जाएंगे और लड़ाई पे जाने की बात करेंगे, या जो जियोपॉलिटिक्स है वो एक नया रूप लेगा, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली जो 75% दुनिया का जो ट्रेड होता है, ग्लोबल ट्रेड, वो ऑयल ही होता है। हम जो रोजेस और टी और जो भी और चीज़ें हैं जो हम बिजनेस करते हैं कंट्रीज आपस में, वो कुछ भी नहीं है कंपेयर टू द ऑयल ट्रेड। सो जितना भी हमारा मैरीटाइम जो हमारा ट्रैफिक चलता है अटलांटिक में और इंडियन ओशन में, उसमें 75% आर दी ऑयल टैंकर्स। तो जो रिस्क प्रीमियम है वो भी अब खत्म हो गया, अब शांति हो गई है, और दोनों देशों ने अनाउंस कर दिया है कि अब हम 1 महीने के अंदर, 30 दिनों के अंदर स्ट्रेट ऑफ हार्मोज बिल्कुल पूरी तरह हर एक के लिए खुल जाएगा, कोई टोल टैक्स नहीं दिया जाएगा, और सब कुछ खत्म, मतलब जो लड़ाई थी वो सब खत्म हो गई है। अब आप इमेजिन करें, जो चीज़ें मैंने आपको बताई हैं कि अगर प्राइस कम होता रहा तो $50 आ जाएगा। इसका मतलब कि जो उन्नति कर रहे देश हैं चाइना और इंडिया, उनको काफ़ी फ़ायदा होगा, और जो देश जो ऑयल प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं उनको काफ़ी नुकसान हो जाएगा, और उनके अंदर 1-1.5 साल के अंदर ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो उनका जो पोजीशन है, ग्लोबल पोजीशन थोड़ा कम हो जाएगा। तो अभी देखना हमें ये है कि अगर ये डील फेल हो गई किसी वजह से, सबसे बड़ा क्रॉनिक जो पॉइंट है इसमें वो ये है कि अमेरिका नहीं चाहता कि ईरान के पास एटॉमिक पावर बने। तो क्या वो अपना एम्बिशन छोड़ देंगे? क्या वो कुछ और बैकग्राउंड एक्टिविटी करेंगे? क्योंकि इस चीज़ के अंदर दुनिया के देशों में काफ़ी बैकग्राउंड डिस्कशन और बैकडोर डिस्कशंस काफ़ी चल रहे हैं, और ये जो शांति है अभी हुई नहीं है, वर्बल एग्रीमेंट हुआ है, जिसको ईरान ने भी कहा है कि हमारा एग्रीमेंट हो गया है, और यूएस ने इनके जो पूरे ब्लॉक्ड जो एसेट्स थे पिछले 40 साल से ब्लॉक किए हुए थे, वो सारे आज खोल दिए हैं। आज की खबर ये है कि वो अनब्लॉक कर दिए हैं। तो 1989 से जो ब्लॉक किए हुए थे सारे आज खोल दिए गए हैं। तो ईरान के पास काफ़ी पैसे आ जाएंगे, और उसके अगेंस्ट ईरान बोल रहा है कि मुझे एटॉमिक पावर नहीं बनना है, और वो एटॉमिक पावर जो भी है वो अब अमेरिका के हाथ में रहेगा। तो ईरान ने अपने ड्रीम्स को गिव अप कर दिया है। तो आपको क्या लगता है, ये एक फोर्स्ड एग्रीमेंट है? अगर ये एग्रीमेंट पिछले अगले 30 दिनों में साइन नहीं हुआ तो क्या होगा? दोबारा से नई तरीके की कोई लड़ाई हो सकती है? एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल है जो आ रहा है। मेरे ख्याल से वी हैव टू वेट फॉर नेक्स्ट 30 days, तब इसमें कुछ क्लैरिटी आएगी। तो दोस्तों, आप इसके बारे में क्या सोचते हैं ज़रूर कमेंट करके बताएं। आपको लगता है कि ये जो पीस है ये लास्टिंग पीस है, या एक कंट्रोल्ड, एक तरीके का कंट्रोल किया गया है, जिससे कि आप कुछ दें कुछ मैं लूँ, कुछ आप, गिव एंड टेक हुआ है इसके अंदर, जिसकी वजह से पीस लाई गई है? कमेंट करके बताएं, ज़रूर बताएं, जिससे पता चलेगा कि आप लोग क्या सोचते हैं। तो दोस्तों, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इस वीडियो को लाइक करें, शेयर करें। मिलता हूं जल्दी दूसरे वीडियो में दूसरे एनालिसिस के साथ। धन्यवाद।
In the boundless silence of space, where the radiation lashes like an invisible storm and the vacuum strips away every trace of comfort, one would expect life to flutter. Yet, against all odds, tiny fungal spores have endured, and their survival is more than a scientific curiosity. It is a defiant proclamation that biology is tougher than we have imagined. Clothed in a melanin armor, suspended in metabolic stillness, these microscopic voyagers cling to existence in the most hostile frontier known to mankind. So let's find out more about this. In the cold silence beyond Earth's protective atmosphere, where the radiation storm rages and temperatures plummet, life is not expected to endure. Yet, in the recent experiment, which have revealed a startling resilience, certain fungi, hardy and unyielding, have survived prolonged exposure to deep space condition, and their survival challenges our assumption about the fragility of biology and raises profound questions about possibility of microbial hitchhikers journeying to the Mars. So scientists have placed spores of extramophilic fungi aboard orbital platform, exposing them to the cosmic radiation, vacuum, and the relentless cycle of solar flares. So months later, when these were retrieved and examined, many spores remained viable, and their cell wall, rich in melanin, acted as a shield against the radiation, while their metabolic dormancy allowed them to endure starvation and desiccations. So what seems like a death sentence become a testament to evolutionary ingenuity. So these organisms born in shadow of Earth's ecosystem proved capable of weathering the hardest frontier. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching us and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, the implication of ripple outward. So if the fungi can survive the journey, so too might bacteria or other microbes. And these raises a specter of forward contamination, the accidental transport of Earth's life to the Mars. A single resilient spore nested in the crevice of spacecraft could seed alien soil, and implication the search or implicating for indigenous Martian life. So the line between the discovery and contamination grows perilously thin. For planetary protection agencies, the survival of fungi is both a marvel and a warning. Yet there is another perspective, and that is we are talking about opportunity. If the fungi can endure space, they might one day serve as allies in colonization. And their ability to recycle nutrients, break down the waste, and even produce protective compound could make them invaluable partner for astronauts establishing habitats on Mars. Imagine fungal bioreactors converting Martian logit into fertile soil, or shielding domes infused with melanin to observe the radiation. So what begins as a survival experiment could evolve into a cornerstone of extraterrestrial agriculture and medicine. The survival of fungi also touches on the deeper philosophical questions, and that is life. And it seems it is like a fragile frame, easily extinguished, but can the strong force that can cling to existence wherever it can. So the cosmos, the vast and indifferent, it may be, but it not empty with the possibilities. And each spore that endures in the orbit whispers of resilience, of stubborn refusal of biology to yield. In their microscopic triumph, the fungi remind us that life is not confined to Earth. It is a universal experiment, always probing the boundaries of possibilities. As humanity prepares for Mars mission, these fungal survivors stand as both cautionary tale and the beacon of hope. They warn us that the thread of this survival, we have to actually deal with careful insight, and least we overwrite Martian biology with our own. But they also inspire us to imagine a future where Earth's smallest organism help us to thrive on very distinct world, and in quiet endurance of these spores drifting through space, we glimpse the persistence of life itself, unyielding, adaptable, and forever reaching to new horizon, new boundaries. In the quiet resilience of these spores drifting unbroken through the cosmic abyss, we glimpse a truth larger than any single experiment. Life is not fragile, but defined. The fungi that endures in the deep space remind us that the biology is a force that adapts, persist and seek footholds even in the most hostile realm. As humanity prepares to step into the Mars, their survival is both a warning and a promise. Warning us to guard against the contamination, yet promising that life itself may be our greatest ally in the journey beyond Earth. So, in the void where the silence resigns, the spores whisper. A timeless refrain. A life refuses to die, and it is a refusal, it is a carrier that the seeds of tomorrow's world. So, we have come to the end. Thanks for watching this, and we look forward for your comment. At the same time, we request you to subscribe our channel. See you in the next. But before we go further, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, did you know that NASA is officially moving beyond the chemical rockets? In this video, we dive deep into the revolutionary nuclear thermal propulsion (NTP) technology that is set to slash travel time to Red Planet. Imagine a future where Mars isn't a grueling 7 months journey, but a weekend trip in comparison to everything we have known about the space exploration. Let us explore this further. So for 60 years, we have been stuck. Every time we look at Mars, we are staring at a 7 to 9 months commute between Earth and Mars. That isn't just a long time, it is dangerous time. Every day, every day in deep space is another day of the cosmic radiation, muscle atrophy, and the psychological toll of the isolation. But what if we could break that speed limit of space travel? What if we could treat the journey to the Red Planet not in months, not in years, but in few days, right? Like a weekend trip in comparison to the current tech. NASA has just officially crossed the Rubicon with the announcement of SR-1 Freedom and a roadmap of 2028. The era of chemical rocket is ending. Today we are looking at the nuclear engine that are finally turning science fiction into an interplanetary reality. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. To understand the future, we have to look at why we cannot reach at this point in time, and currently why it is slow. Our best rockets today are chemical combustion. We all know that liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. They are very powerful, but they are incredibly inefficient. Think of it like this. A chemical rocket is like a high performance dragster. It's a massive oomph at the start, but it burns through its fuel in minutes. Once you are in orbit, you are basically a glider. By switching to nuclear, we aren't just adding more fuel, we are doubling the energy we get out of every gram of the propellant. So how does a nuclear engine actually works? Unlike the nuclear power, in a plant on Earth, basically, that makes electricity, a nuclear thermal rocket NTR is much more direct, and it has several components, starting with core. We have a compact fission reactor using high SA, low enriched uranium, right? And it then create energy, which then send it to the nozzle, etc. And therefore we have to talk about the propellant. We pump the liquid hydrogen through the white hot core reactor, and then it basically comes out of the other side at very high speed. So now we have to talk about expansion. In less than a second, the hydrogen goes from minus 420 degrees Fahrenheit to 5000 degrees Fahrenheit, which then creates a huge thrust. So now let's talk about this thrust. The superheated gas screams out of the nozzle at a speed no chemical fire could ever reach. This is the holy grail of the propulsion. It gives us the high thrust of a rocket with a very long-term efficiency of an electric drive. We are currently in the pivotal year. As of April 2026, the design is right now on the drawing table. However, there is a roadmap, and that is June 2026. The final hardware development begins, and the mission will be SR1. It's a design as a nuclear electric hybrid. It uses the reactor to generate massive amount of electricity, powering high efficiency thruster to basically increase the speed. And it can run for months. It can go for very long time. And what is the goal? The goal is a direct mass mission capability by 2028. This isn't just a lab experiment anymore. We are building the flight hardware right now. So when we say weekend trip, we are talking about relative transit time. By cutting the journey to Mars from 250 days down to 100 or even 60 days, we solve the two biggest threats to human life. Number one is radiation. Less time spent in the void, which is open space, lower the dose of the solar particles or any cosmic radiation. Number two is the abort capability. Nuclear engines allow us to turn around or change course. Well, in a chemical rocket, once you are on your path, you are committed. Nuclear gives the pilot a steering wheel. Our multi-planetary future, which is to the stars, will have, will always remain a dream if we do not have faster mode of transport. We just don't have the engine to reach them. Why, right? So if we want to go to other worlds, other stars, we need faster mode of transport. So with the breakthrough that we are going to see in 2026, the gap between Earth and Mars is finally closing. We are no longer limited by how much fire we can make. We are now limited only by our ambition to explore. So friends, we have come to the end of our discussion today. My name is CK and you are watching Akulmach. And if you want to stay on the cutting edge of the Artemis era and the nuclear revolution, hit that subscribe button, and the future is arriving faster than you think. So before I go, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, let me ask you, is the Big Bang singularity a myth? For decades, Einstein's general relativity and the quantum mechanics have been at war. While Einstein explained the cosmos and the quantum mechanics explained the subatomic, they break down at the very beginning of the time. Enter quadratic gravity, the potential missing piece that could finally unify the physics. In this video, we dive deep into the recent breakthrough in quadratic gravity. Unlike standard general relativity, which leads to impossible singularity, quadratic gravity introduces higher order terms. This mathematical addition might prevent universe from being hitting a zero, suggest a smooth, finite origin of our cosmos. Let us explore this further. For over 100 years, we have lived in Einstein's universe. His theory of general relativity is a masterpiece. It explains how gravity shapes galaxies, bend light, and keep time ticking. But if you rewind the cosmic clock back to 13.8 billion years, Einstein math does not do anything. In fact, it does something terrifying. It breaks down. At the very moment of the Big Bang, the general relativity point to a singularity, a point of infinite density and zero volume. In physics, infinite usually means we have missed something. It's a keep out sign posted by the universe. For decades, we have been looking for a bridge between the smooth curves of Einstein's gravity and the jittery, pixelated world of quantum mechanics. We have tried string theory, loop quantum gravity, and dozens of others, but a new old contender is making a wave, right? That is known as quadratic gravity. Today we are going beyond the Big Bang to see if this mathematical breakthrough is the missing piece of the cosmic puzzle. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. To understand the solution, we have to understand the failure. Einstein's gravity is based on Einstein-Hilbert action. In simple terms, it says that the matter tells space how to curve, and space tells matter how to move. This works perfectly for planets and stars. But when compress the entire mass of the universe into a smaller space than an atom, gravity becomes infinitely stronger. In the standard model, this leads to mathematical blow-up. This is where the quantum mechanics usually steps in. But gravity is a non-renormalizable factor here, or a component. When physicists try to apply quantum rules to gravity, they get nonsensical result, which are infinite probabilities that makes it impossible to calculate anything. Gravity and quantum mechanics are like two languages that refuse to be translated together. So how does the quadratic gravity fix this? It does something deceptively simple. In Einstein's original equation, the math only cares about the linear curvature of the space. Quadratic gravity says, what if we add the square of that curvature to the equation? In the world of math, these are called the higher derivative terms. At the scale of our solar system, these terms are so tiny they are almost invisible. Einstein's original math still rules the day. But As you get closer to Big Bang, where curvature becomes extreme, these quadratic turns on and they act like a cosmic buffer. Instead of letting the universe collapse into a single infinite point, these terms create a repulsive effect or smoothing mechanism. Think of it like a car suspension. On a flat road, you don't feel the spring. But when you hit a massive pothole, the big bang, the spring compresses and prevent the car from bottoming out. Quadratic gravity prevents the universe from bottoming out into a singularity. The most exciting part is this theory is renormalizable. In the year 1970, physicist Stella Still provided or proved that by adding these quadratic terms, the infinities in quantum gravity actually cancels out each other. For the first time, we had a version of the gravity that could play by quantum rules. So what does this mean for the Big Bang? If the quadratic gravity is correct, there was no beginning in the way we think of it. There was no point of zero volume. Instead, the universe might have reached a maximum density and then transitioned smoothly or even bounced from a previous state. It suggests a smooth origin, a universe that is finite, calculable, and most importantly, logical. It removes the magic of singularity and replaces it with elegance of higher order geometry. So, is the quadratic gravity the missing piece? It's not without its own problem. Some physicists worry about the ghost, mathematical states that have negative probability, which could then threaten the stability of the theory. But the recent work in phacons and a new mathematical framework are starting to bust these ghosts. We are currently in the golden age of cosmology with new telescopes and the gravitational wave detectors. We are looking closer to the echoes of the Big Bang than ever before. If we find specific pattern in the cosmic microwave background radiation, it might just prove that quadratic gravity was at work in those first few billionth of a second. If Einstein gave us the map of the stars, quadratic gravity might finally give us the map of the beginning. So, what do you think, friends? Did the universe start from nothing, or is it a continuous cycle of geometry? Let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more journeys into the deep fabric of reality. My name is CK. Thanks for watching. Before I go, I'd like to share a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज है बृहस्पतिवार और जैसा कि आप सभी लोगों को पता होगा, ज़्यादातर लोगों को पता रहता है कि बृहस्पतिवार का जो दिन होता है ये भगवान विष्णु के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो आज के दिन हम भगवान विष्णु की पूजा करते हैं, आराधना करते हैं और हर रोज की तरह अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम भगवान विष्णु का नमन करेंगे, उनको याद करेंगे। और आप जैसे जानते हैं कि हम हर मंत्र को 11 दफा करते हैं, तो आज भी हम एक बहुत ही आसान सा मंत्र भगवान विष्णु का जो मंत्र है वो 11 दफा हम रिसाइट करेंगे और हम ये काउंटर यूज करेंगे जिसमें आप देख सकते हैं कि नंबर आ जाते हैं, तो ये काफी हमें सहायता मिलती है कि हम इसमें देख लेते हैं कि कितनी बार हुआ है। आप जैसा मर्जी चाहे वैसा कर सकते हैं, आप उंगलियों का यूज कर सकते हैं, आप माला का यूज कर सकते हैं, आपके जो आपको कंफर्टेबल लगे वैसा करें। तो चलिए हम अपनी पूजा प्रारंभ करते हैं। आप सब हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस पूजा में पार्टिसिपेट करें। पहले तो हाथ जोड़ लेते हैं और भगवान विष्णु का नमन करते हैं। ओम नमो वासुदेवाय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों हमारी पूजा आज की समाप्त होती है, तो हम इस वीडियो को बंद करते हैं, लेकिन जल्दी ही दूसरे वीडियो में मिलते हैं। तब तक आपका दिन मंगलमय हो, शुभ हो। नमस्कार।
In the hushed chamber of Ming era medicine, where the wisdom was linked on scrolls and remedies brewed in porcelain jars, a startling secret has resurfaced. An anesthetic formula centuries ahead of its time. More than a potion, it was a calculated blend of herbs, philosophy designed to silence the pain and study the spirit. This discovery does not just rewrite medical history, it reveals a civilization that understood the delicate frontier between consciousness and oblivion, compassion and science. So, the Ming Dynasty, often celebrated for its art and for its architecture, now stands illuminated as a pioneer in surgical sophistication. A proof that the quest to ease human suffering is as old as civilization itself. So let's find out more about this. The corridors of history often conceal treasures that redefine our understanding of human ingenuity. One such revelation has emerged from Ming Dynasty, where the scholars have uncovered evidence of sophisticated anesthetic use centuries before the modern medicine codified the practice. This discovery does more than enrich the annals of pharmacology. It illuminates the depth of Chinese medicine philosophy and its seamless blend of science, ritual, and pragmatism. So the Ming era, spanning 14th to 17th centuries, was a period of flourishing scholarships and innovations and the cultural refinement. Physicians of the time were they are heirs of millennia of accumulated wisdom and drawing from the classical text of Han Dynasty and practical refinement of Song era healers. So yet that what sets this anesthetic apart is its demonstration of deliberate calculated approach to pain management. Far from being a crude concoction, it was actually carefully blended mixture of herbal compound designed to dull the sensation, calm the spirit, and allow surgical interventions to proceed with minimal suffering. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, moving forward, archaeological and textual evidence suggests that the anesthetic combined with ingredients like wine, opium, derivatives, and a specific herb known for their sedative properties. So these formulas were not accidental. It is reflected a nuanced understanding of pharmacodynamics and even if it expressed in the language of yin and yang and the five elements. So this is how things is being expressed and defined. So physicians recognized that certain substance could quiet the heart and soften the sinews, and metaphors that today translates into seduction and muscle relaxation. So the sophistication lies in the precision. Doses were calibrated to induce unconsciousness without tipping into a fatal toxicity, a balance that modern anesthesiology still grapple with. So the discovery also reframes our perception of Ming era surgeries. So while often imagined as a limited to caution related or superficial procedures, records now suggest that more invasive operations were attempted in those days and supported by anesthetic techniques. So dental extraction and excess drainage of these acids and even the rudimentary abdominal interventions may have been performed under the veil of this herbal seduction. So the anesthetic was not merely a tool, actually. It was a gateway enabling physician to push the boundaries of what was surgically possible in their time. So equally compelling is the cultural context. So in Ming philosophy, medicine was never actually divorced from the morality and cosmology. The act of easing the pain was not only a technical achievement but a moral duty aligned with the Confucian ideals of benevolence and Taoist principle of harmony. So administrating anesthetic was thus both a scientific act and a ritual of compassion, and reinforcing the physician's role as a guardian of balance between body, spirit, and society. For the modern science, the implications are profound. So this anesthetic challenges the narrative that places the birth of anesthesia in 19th century with ether and chloroform. Instead, it actually reveals a parallel lineage of innovation in the East, where the empirical observation and the herbal experimentation also laid the groundwork for the pain management centuries earlier. So it also invites a contemporary pharmacologist to revisit the ancient formula with a fresh eye. What compounds might still hold an untapped potential for modern therapeutics? So that is one thing which everybody, especially the physicians, need to study about this. So in a broader sweep of history, the Ming anesthetic is a reminder that the progress is rarely linear or isolated. Civilizations across the globe have wrestled with some fundamental questions. How do we alleviate suffering, or how do we decrease the suffering and elevate the kind of health of mankind? How do we transform knowledge into healing? So the answer, whether inscribed in bamboo, slips, or parchment or digital code, the converge is the shared human pursuit of mastery over pain. So pain management is definitely a very, very deep, it gives a deep impact, and at the same time it requires a kind of a profound treatment by surgeons and doctors even today. So ultimately, the uncovering of this anesthetic is not just a scientific milestone. It is a testament of enduring sophistication of Chinese medicine. It shows that centuries ago, physicians were already navigating the delicate frontier between consciousness and oblivion, and wielding herbs and philosophy with a precision that resonates even today. So in their hand, the anesthesia was more than a chemistry. It was a compassion distilled into a practice, a bridge between tangible body and the intangible spirit. So, and in rediscovering this wisdom, we are reminded that the quest to heal is as ancient as civilization itself, and as timeless as the human desire to relieve, dignity, and care. So, the rediscovery of this Ming era anesthesia is more than a historical curiosity. It is a reminder that compassion and innovation have always walked hand in hand. And centuries before ether and the chloroform, Chinese physicians were already navigating the fragile boundaries between pain and relief, body and the spirit. So their silence auxiliary actually revealed civilization and attuned but to the dignity of the patient and the whole practice of medicines, especially in pain management. In honoring their wisdom, we see that the pursuit of easing suffering is timeless and echoing across the ages as one of the humanity's most profound achievement. What do you feel about it? What do you say? What would like to add to this in the comments? So I look forward for your comments on this subject. So thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the dawn of Vedic age, when human curiosity first turned towards the stars and the mystery of fire, one sage stood at the crossroad of spirituality and science. So we are talking about Rishi Angira. He became a pioneer of knowledge system that shaped Indian knowledge system and the thought that stayed for millennia. Angiras looked at fire not merely as a ritual but as a very essence of energy, transformative, purifying, and eternal. He listened to the sound not only as a chant, but as a scientific medium, a carrier of wisdom across generation. He gazed the cosmos and saw order, symmetry, and proportion, principle that would echo in maths and astronomy long after his time. And above all, he taught that the body, mind, and universe were not separate realms, but a reflection of one harmonious whole. And in 2026, the contribution of Rishi Angira feels more relevant than ever because his teachings sit at the intersection of science, philosophy, and holistic living, exactly where the modern society is searching for balance. In the vast tapestry of India's spiritual and intellectual heritage, few figures stand out as bright as Rishi Angira. Counted among the Saptarishi, he was not only a seer of divine truth, but also a pioneer where the insight laid the foundation of astronomy and mathematics, and definitely the sound and how to actually handle the sound and the holistic philosophy. His legacy reminds us that the root of science and spirituality in India are deeply intertwined. So Angira is often described as the sage of fire. In Rig Veda, his hymn of Agni reveals a profound understanding of fire, not merely a physical phenomena, but as a universal principle of energy, transformation, and purification. Fire consume and transform, and also that. So it transform into kind of a energy, and it also into purifying, and in this whole process a renew idea that resonate with the modern science notion of energy conservation and thermodynamics. For Angira, the Agni or the fire was both a deity and a metaphor. The eternal flame that linked the material world with the cosmic order. His vision of fire as energy linked to the transformation and purification, and that even resonate today also, and we that also focus on renewable energy and sustainable practices. So Angira reminds us that the energy is not just a resource, but a principle of harmony. So today we are keen regarding energy and sustainability, aren't we? So, but Angira's vision extended far beyond fire. He was deeply engaged with the cosmos and observing the star and the cycle of time. His association with the Rishi constellation reflect the Vedic tradition of linking sage to celestial bodies. In this way, Angira helped establish astronomy not merely as a tool but for a ritual, but a science of cosmos rhythm. His teaching emphasized that the heavens were not a distinct mystery, but a living pattern guiding human life. Now in 2026, with the space exploration and AI-driven astronomy advancing rapidly, his emphasis on cosmos rhythm and the cycle offers a philosophical ground and seeing the universe not as a chaos but as an order pattern we have learned from. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward on Angira, perhaps his most enduring contribution was in the realm of sound and knowledge transmission. So Angira recognized that the sound or shabd, that's what we call in Hindi, was and they are actually more vibration. It's more a vibration, and it has a scientific medium for preserving and transmitting the wisdom. In the age before the writing, he developed the method of oral transmission that relied on rhythm, repetition, and precise articulation. And this system ensured that the Veda could be memorized and passed down flawlessly across a generation. So, in a modern term, Angira pioneered into science of memory, science of sound, and blending linguistic and phonics and the pedagogy into one. And even now in the age of digital communication, Angira's recognition of sound or shabd, that's what we call in Hindi, as a scientific medium, and that mirrors how we use data transmission today. His oral method of preserving knowledge and anticipating the importance of precision is definitely very much relevant in information system. So his hymn also reveal a fascinating with order, symmetry, and proportion. So ritual were not a random act, but a carefully measured sequences reflecting mathematical precision. And this emphasis on structure influenced later in Indian tradition in maths, and where the proportion and the balance became the guiding principle. So in Angira's worldwide view, the maths was not an abstract. It was a language of harmony, in a way the mirror the cosmos into human practice. His focus on order, symmetry, and proportion aligned with the modern mathematics and coding and design thinking, where the structure and the balance are essential for innovation. So equally important was his teaching on balance between body, mind, and cosmos. So Angira saw human being as a microcosmos of universe. Just as a fire purifies and a star guide, so too our individual alignment in their inner energy of us and yours inner energies with the rhythm of nature. So this holistic vision foreshadowed the Ayurveda and other Indian science that emphasize equilibrium as the key of health and wisdom. Perhaps most importantly, his teaching that body, mind, and cosmos must remain in equilibrium and speaks directly to 2026 challenges of mental health and environment crisis and technological, actually, the overload. So, taken together, Angira's contribution form a remarkable legacy. He gave us the vision of fire as an energy, astronomy as a cosmic order, sound as a scientific transmission, and mathematics as a symmetry, and philosophy as a balance. So his work reminds us that science, spirituality were never separate in Vedic age. They were two sides of one quest for truth. So as we look back and as we analyze the teaching of Angira, though in that context, Angira emerged not only as a sage, but as scientist of soul and cosmos. His insights continue to inspire, urge us to see the universe not as a collection of isolated phenomena, but as a living, ordered whole. In his hymn, we hear the echoes of timeless truth that knowledge, whether spiritual or scientific, is a flame meant to illuminate, transform, and guide humanity towards harmony with the cosmos. So, in Vedic dawn, the Angira lit the flame of knowledge, of science, where the fire becomes energy, sound becomes knowledge, and cosmos becomes order. So in the end, Rishi Angira emerged not as a sage of Vedic age, but a visionary who saw science and spirituality as two currents of same river. His hymn to fire reveals the energy as a principle of transformation and purification. His devotion to sound gave humanity a flawless system of oral knowledge transmission, ensuring the wisdom echo across the centuries. And his fascination with symmetry and proportions seeded the spirit of mathematics, while his gaze at the star aligned human life with the cosmos rhythm. What Angira taught us was simple yet profound. The body, the mind, and the cosmos are not separate realm, but reflection of the same kind of alignment, same as a kind of living, the way of living actually. So when we go forward about his teaching, I would also request you to send us the comments what you think, and if you want to add something on this in this context, please, we welcome your comments. So his vision was knowledge was not a possession but a flame meant to illuminate, purify, and guide. As we look back today, his legacy reminds us that the true wisdom lies in the balance and between energy, order, and between sound and silence, between the human and the cosmos. So please send, as I was requesting you, send your comments on this subject, and also please subscribe our channel for more insights to Indian spirituality, mythology. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, the universe isn't just expanding, it is going somewhere. From the mysterious great attractor to the inevitable big freeze, where everything actually heading? That's a very big question that we want to address today. In this video, we trace the ultimate trajectory of every star, galaxy, and atom in existence. Have you ever wondered about the final destination of the cosmos? While we go about our daily lives, our Milky Way galaxy is screaming through space at 2.2 million kilometers per hour. But where it is going, what is pulling it? Let us discuss this further.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज 17 जून है, 17 जून है और आज बुधवार का दिन है। तो आप सबको पता है कि बुधवार का जो दिन होता है बहुत ही शुभ होता है गणेश पूजा के लिए। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे गणेश पूजा के साथ और आप सभी हमारे साथ रिपीट करें। 11 दफ़ा एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। बहुत ही साधारण सा सिंपल सा मंत्र है और इससे भगवान गणेश काफ़ी खुश होते हैं। तो अगर आप अपना दिन या आप बिजनेसमैन हैं या आप पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं तो अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले अपना जो प्रोफेशनल दिन है इस मंत्र का जाप हर बुधवार को करें। ठीक है, तो चलिए आंखें बंद कर लेते हैं, हाथ जोड़ के भगवान गणेश का ध्यान करते हैं और मेरे साथ जुड़िए, मेरे साथ रिसाइट करिए ये मंत्र जो भगवान गणेश जी को समर्पित है। ओके, शुरू करते हैं। ओम गण गम गणपतये नमः। ओम 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 गणपतये नमः। तो दोस्तों, हमारा आज की पूजा समाप्त हुई। भगवान गणेश को हमने आज अपना पूजा समर्पित की और आशा करते हैं आप भी हमारे साथ इसको रिपीट करेंगे। 11 दफ़ा ही करना है, बहुत साधारण सा एक मंत्र है और इससे भगवान गणेश काफ़ी शुभ लाभ देते हैं। तो चलिए हम आगे बढ़ते हैं, अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं। इस वीडियो में आपसे विदा लेता हूँ। जल्दी मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में, कहीं मत जाइएगा। आपका दिन शुभ रहे। नमस्कार। नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज शनिवार का दिन है और आप सब जानते हैं कि शनिवार का जो दिन होता है वो शनि महाराज के लिए समर्पित है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान शनि की प्रार्थना करके, पूजा करके और हर रोज़ की तरह हम 11 दफ़ा एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस मंत्र का उच्चारण आप अपने अपने वर्क स्टेशंस पे, अपने अपने ऑफिस में, होम ऑफिस में करें। मैं ये काउंटर यूज़ करता हूँ, आप कैसे भी माला का इस्तेमाल करके या कैसे भी अपने मन में ही 11 दफ़े इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करना है। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, भगवान का नमन करिए। ओम शनिश्चराय नमः। इस मंत्र का हमें जाप 11 दफ़ा करना है। तो चलिए हम अब शुरू करते हैं। ओम शन शनिश्चराय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारे भगवान के स्तुति जो पूजा है समाप्त हुई और जिन लोगों की शनि की ढैया चल रही है उनके लिए बहुत ही ज़रूरी है आप हर शनिवार को इस मंत्र का जाप करें और अपना दिन शुरू करें। तो चलिए, आपका आज का दिन मंगलमय हो, इसी कामना के साथ हम इस वीडियो को समाप्त करते हैं। मिलते हैं जल्दी ही दूसरे वीडियो में।
For years, Anthropic Cloud was known for as a conversational powerhouse on AI that could reason, that could assist, and also solve the complex tasks. But today, in 2026, the company has decided to redraw the boundaries of creativity. With the debut of Claude Design, Anthropic actually has stepped boldly into the visual arena, and where it offers the tool that transform and to the plain language into a polished and presentation prototype and marketing visual. This is not just another AI feature, but it is reimagination of how the idea takes shape. No templates, no plain canvases, just words flowing into images. For entrepreneurs, for educators and the creators, Claude Design promises speed and accessibility. And for a design industry, it raises the questions about the originality and artistry, and the role of human imagination in the era of machine learning, machine marketing, visual. So let's find out more about this.
In the spring of 2026, the Anthropic, the company best known for its conversational AI assist Claude, and unveiled the bold new frontiers. The Claude Design, which is actually making a lot of waves in the industry. This debut marks a significant expansion of the Claude ecosystem, moving beyond the text and the code into the realm of visual creation. For years, the Anthropic had positioned itself as a competitor to OpenAI and Google in the natural language space. But with the Claude Design, it signals a deep ambition to redefine how humans interact with creativity itself. The Claude Design is powered by Anthropic's most advanced model, Claude Opus 4.7, a multi-model system capable of interacting not just words but visual concepts, and that this also allows the tool that the user to describe an idea into a natural language. A sleek pitch deck for a fintech startup, or a prototype layout for a mobile app, and watch that the AI generates a polished professional grade visuals. Presentation, one-pager, product mock-ups and marketing materials can be drafted in minutes. And bypassing the traditional blank canvas problem that has a long haunted designers and entrepreneurs. So the launch of Claude Design is not just about convenience. It is about accessibility. And Anthropic envisions a world where the founder, the product managers, and the market people who may lack formal design training can still produce compelling visual that communicate their ideas effectively. In this sense, the Claude Design democratizes creativity, lowering the barriers and accelerating the workflow. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, for startups, the implications are enormous. A founder preparing for an investor's pitch can now generate a professional deck overnight. So marketers can prototype campaign visuals without actually waiting for a design team. And even the educator and the students can use Claude Design to create very designing and engaging presentation with minimal effort. And unsurprisingly, the debut has sparked comparison with the established platform like Canva, Figma, and Adobe Photoshop. So analysts have already begun asking whether Claude design could be Canva killer. While the Canva revolutionized the design by offering templates, drag and drop simplicity, the Claude design goes a step further. It eliminates the need for templates altogether. Instead, it listens to language and interprets the intent and produces the visual that feels tailored to the user's vision. And this shift from template to driven design to AI driven creations could reshape the competitive landscape. If the Claude design succeed, it may force incumbents to integrate deeper AI capabilities into platform, accelerating the industry's evolution. So, yet, as with all generative AI, Claude design raises questions. Can AI generated visual truly match the nuances and artistry of human designers? Will the reliance of AI homogenize the creativity, producing output that feels polished but lack originality? And what of copyright and ownership? Who truly owns a AI generated design, the user or the algorithm? Now, the critics also warn the ethical risk, and just as the test-based AI has misused to generate misinformation, visual AI could be exploited to create misleading prototypes, fake branding, or even the counterfeit the documents. The Anthropic insists that safeguards are in place, but the debate is far from the settled. So, you will also agree that there's a turning point in AI creativity which is on rise. The Claude design debut is more than a product launch. It is turning point in the story of AI creativity. For Anthropic, it represents a strategic pivot from being a text-first company to embrace the multimodal intelligence. And for user, it offers a glimpse of future where the language itself becomes the interface for the design. Now, when I'm just telling you about this, I also get worried. I am with the critics because nowadays the children are also very tech savvy, and they will love Anthropic Cloud because they can turn their language into a picture which they love most because they hate writing, right? So this is something which I think I need your comments on this. Now, going forward, for a society, it raises the profound question that is there about the role of human artistry in the age where the machine can generate beauty at scale. So, Anthropic cloud design is both exhilarating and unsettling. It promises speed, accessibility, and democratization, but also challenges long-held notion of originality and authorship. As a business educator and creator, experiment with this new tool. The world will have to decide whether AI-led design is a complement to human creativity or a competitor. So in the end, cloud design is not just about making visual easier. It is about redefining the very act of creation, turning the words into the images, the ideas into the artifacts. Whether it becomes a cornerstone of a creative economy or a cautionary tale will depend on how wisely we balance innovation with integrity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before the telescope pierced the skies of Renaissance Europe, a brilliant mind in 5th century India dared to challenge the cosmic order. And Aryabhat, through his Aryabhatiya, that suggested that the earth itself was not a still center of the universe, but a rotating sphere and its motion explaining the dance of stars and the cosmos. In doing so, he planted the seed of heliocentrism nearly 1,000 years before Copernicus. So, in 2026, as humanity propose an interplanetary mission and debates on the ethics of AI, design, science, and Aryabhat vision feels startlingly modern. What do you feel about that? Now, going forward, his courage to question orthodoxy mirror our own struggles to redefine boundaries, whether in space exploration or in digital knowledge or in global collaboration. What he offered was not just astronomy but a philosophical revolution, a reminder that Earth is but one participant in the vast cosmic symphony.
So, in the year 499 CE, a young mathematician and astronomer from India named Aryabhatta composed Aryabhatiya, a text that would ripple across the centuries. And within its verses lay a daring proposition. The earth was not the immovable center of the universe, but a rotating sphere where it also actually it's explained the rotating sphere which explains the rising and settling the star. This insight subtle but yet it was really profound at that point of time, and it also hinted at a heliocentric order, placing the sun at the center of the planetary motion. And nearly thousands years before Copernicus formalized the idea in Renaissance Europe. So Aryabhat's vision was revolutionary because it challenged the prevailing geocentric worldwide. And in both Greece and Roman, and even in Indian traditions, Earth was thought to be fixed with celestial bodies revolving around it. Aryabhatta broke from this orthodoxy, suggesting that the apparent daily movement of heavens was due to Earth's own rotation. Though his heliocentric leanings were not expressed in the same systematic way as Copernicus, but definitely the seeds of the ideas were unmistakable. So if you have reached this far, please inform us about your city and from where you are tuned in, and in which language you are watching this video, and this will definitely determine the reach of our channel. So look forward. And in 2026, the Aryabhat's heliocentric vision resonates in a striking way. Humanity is once again at a crossroad of knowledge, driven not only by handwritten actually manuscript, but also about artificial intelligence, global collaboration. And just as Aryabhatta challenged the obvious questions, Earth's immobility, today scientists and technologists challenges assumptions about the creativity, about ethics, and the boundaries of machine intelligence. His legacy also speaks to the decolonization of science. For centuries, the narrative of heliocentrism was framed as a European breakthrough. Yet, Aryabhatta reminds us that scientific progress has always been global, with the contributors flowing across the cultures and continents. In an era where the India's ISRO launches a mission to Mars and to the moon, reclaiming Aryabhat's place in history is not just about, and it is definitely not just about the pride. It is also about recognizing the shared heritage of human curiosity. So Aryabhat's genius lay not only in his astronomical imagination, but in his mathematical rigor. He introduced the trigonometric functions approximately and really very to the point, actually studying and presenting pi with a remarkable accuracy, and devised the method for calculating planetary positions. His equation implied a solar-centric system where the planetary motion could be explained more elegantly than by Earth centric models. So these ideas traveled far beyond India, translated into Arabic. Into Arabic language, it was taken by Arabs and Arabics work into a Islamic world. No, so this is how the you know that how these ideas generate a worldwide. So where the scholars they expanded upon his insights, and centuries later, fragments to its knowledge influenced by some of the fragments also influenced European thought and forming part of intellectual soil from which picked up by Copernicus heliocentric model that would grow later, and we know all this, all of us know about this. So Aryabhat's heliocentric model also feels the prophetic in the age of space exploration. So by placing Earth as one planet among many, he reframed humanity's place in the cosmos. Today, as astronaut prepares for Mars mission and telescopes peer into distinct galaxies, his insight remind us that Earth is not the center of existence, but a part of a vast interconnected universe. So in 2026, this perspective is more urgent than ever. So climate change, geopolitical tensions, and AI-driven transformation all demand a planetary consciousness and awareness that Earth is fragile, finite, and not the axis of all the things. Aryabhat's heliocentric courage became a metaphor for humanity and responsibility in the modern age. So Aryabhat's heliocentric leaning were not merely scientific hypotheses; they were act of intellectual bravery. To suggest that Earth is itself was in motion and was also a challenging the deepest assumptions of his times. In 2026, as we grapple with the AI ethics, planetary colonization, the global collaboration, Aryabhat's example reminds us that the progress begins with questioning obvious. So his story is not just about astronomy, it is about courage to see things differently. And in that sense, Aryabhat's heliocentric revolution continues to orbit our imagination, urging us to look beyond the familiar and embrace the infinite. So we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe our channel. And we look forward for your comment on this topic. But before we end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram. You are most welcome. Today we have a profound question. Have you ever wondered why the company that sells you cigarettes is also stocking your kitchen pantry. From Ashirwad Atta to Bingo Snacks, India's biggest tobacco giant has pulled off one of the most successful business pivot in corporate history. But why leave the high margin tobacco business to chase a ultra competitive food market? In this video, we dive deep into the strategic metamorphosis of the tobacco giant, specifically looking at how they leverage their massive distribution network, cash reserves, and marketing expertise in dominated India FMCG sector, which is fast moving. Let's go and discuss this further. Imagine a company, its main source of revenue for decades has been a product that is globally recognized as harmful, heavily taxed, and increasingly restricted by governments everywhere. Every year, more people quit, and every year, regulations get tighter. So, if you are the CEO of that company, you would have a massive problem. You are starting to realize that you are staring at a sunset industry, but then you look around your office, you realize you have something more competitors, that do not have the world most powerful distribution network. So, what do? You don't close shops, you pivot. You decide that if you cannot get into the lung of the consumers, you are going to get into their kitchens, which is stomach of the consumer. Welcome to the most fascinating corporate transition of this century, the shift from tobacco to food. Today, we are unpacking the world's biggest cigarette giant, are betting billions of their revenue on your breakfast, your snacks, and your dinner table. So, friends, if you reached so far, let me know name of your city or country from where you have tuned in into this video. All right, let's proceed further. First, let's talk about why. It is not a secret, it is survival. For tobacco giant, the writing has been on the wall for a long time. Things like declining volumes, health awareness is at all-time high. People are definitely quitting smoking and smoking less and less. Number two is regulatory pressure. Government are hiking taxes to record levels, banning advertising, and mandating gruesome health warning on the packaging itself. Number three is the ESG pressure. Investors are increasingly moving away from the sin stocks. If you want to keep your stock price high, you need to be diversified FMCG company, not just a tobacco company. And this is what the analysts call de-risking. They aren't trying to replace tobacco overnight. They're trying to ensure that when tobacco eventually shrinks to shadow of its former self, they have a giant profitable food business to catch their fall. It's a transition from a sin economy to an essential economy. You might be thinking, wait, making cigarettes and making noodles are two different things completely. So, how does tobacco firm become a food giant? The answer lies in the last mile. Tobacco companies have spent 100 years building one of the most sophisticated distribution network in history. Think about it. A cigarette is a low margin, high frequency product. It needs to be available in every single corner store, every kiosk, and every rural village in every country. So when these giants decided to enter the food business, they didn't have to build a new network. They just used the existing one. The shopkeeper relationship, they already had rapport with millions of retailers. They already had the logistics engine. They had the trucks, warehouses, and the delivery schedules. They simply told their distributors, instead of just carrying our cigarettes, we want you to carry our biscuits, our noodles, and our spices. And that is the unfair advantage that let them dominate a crowded food market in record time. Let's take the most successful example of this pivot, the ITC in India. I hope you know ITC stands for Indian Tobacco Company, but people like to call it ITC, of course, because nobody wants to talk about tobacco. ITC started as a pure tobacco company, but today it's an FMCG powerhouse. They didn't just launch one snack, they built a portfolio that covers every single part of your day. Starting with staples, which is the Ashirwad Atta. They took the most essential food product in the Indian kitchen, which is the flour, and turned it into a massive trusted brand. Then let's go to the snacks. With Bingo, they distributed the salty snacks market, which was, completely previously dominated by local unorganized players. And thirdly, the convenience. With Yippee, they took the massive instant noodle market, which was already established by other large giants. By diversifying into these categories, they changed their identity. They moved from being a company associated with health hazard to a company that provides daily nourishment. They turned their brand equity into trust. That is the genius of the pivot. They didn't sell, processed food. They sold reliability. But is this a pure virtuous shift? Well, not everyone thinks so. Critics argue that the big tobacco is simply moving from one addictive product to another. The argument is that the same marketing geniuses who mastered the art of selling cigarettes are now applying those exact same philosophies and tactics to ultra processed foods snacks that are high in salt, sugar, and fat, designed by hyper palatable and, yes, mildly addictive. There is a growing debate about whether the tobacco industry's entry into the food sector is contributing to the global health crisis of obesity and diabetes. Are we just replacing a smoking habit with a snacking habit? It's a point of view that is becoming harder to ignore as these healthy packaged food continues to take over our pantry and kitchen shelves. At the end of the day, the capitalism is about survival of the fittest. These companies saw the future and they realized that if they didn't adapt, they would die. So whether you love their new food products or are you skeptical of their motives, one thing is very clear: the tobacco giants move into your dinner table is one of the most successful corporate maneuvers of the modern era. They have successfully traded the smoke for palatable sales. So next time you reach for that box of snacks or a bag of flour, take a look at the logo. You might be surprised to see that just how much influence the cigarette giants has over what you feed your family. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this deep dive, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Let me know in the comments, does knowing a brand history change whether you buy their food or you want to avoid it? I will love to hear your thoughts. Friends, see you in the next one.
In the turbulent dawn of 16th century, when India's spiritual soil was fractured by ritual, rigidity, and social division, a golden figure rose from Navadip, and his name was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He was not merely a saint, but a storm of divine happiness, a mystic whose voice carried the thunder of revolution and the tenderness of love. Scholar turned prophet, he abandoned the pride of intellect to embrace the intoxication of devotion, declared that the highest truth was not found in a dry philosophy, but in the living fire of bhakti. His presence transformed the streets into sanctuaries, his kirtans into cosmic symphony, and his doctrine into the bridge between the finite and the infinite. Chaitanya was both the dancer and the flame, both the devotee and the divine, igniting hearts with the cry of Krishna's name. So to encounter him was to be swept into the tide of love that dissolved caste, creed, and worldly boundaries, leaving only the raw pulse of humanity united in song. So let's find out more about him. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, born as Vishambhara Mishra in 1486 in Navadip, Bengal, stands as one of the most transformative figure in India's spiritual history. His life was not merely that of saint but of a revolutionary mystic who reshaped the religious landscape of his time. Known as Gauranga for his golden complexion uh, and also for being born under neem tree. So, Chaitanya embodied both intellectual brilliance of scholar and happiness and devotion of a mystic. His early years revealed uh, talent in Sanskrit grammar and logic, but destiny drew him away from the scholastic pride and also into making illuminous path of bhakti devotion to Krishna. The turning point came when he met Ishara Puri in Gaya, receiving invitation and experiencing a profound spiritual awakening. From then on, Chaitanya abandoned the pursuit of intellectual dominance and surrendered to overwhelming tide of divine love. He pioneered the Sanskritan movement, a movement which is full of sangeet, music, and dance. So, and that definitely the whole happiness is like it's like combining chanting of the holy name of Krishna and transforming the streets and the courtyards into centuries of devotion. His kirtans were not merely rituals, they were living flame of collective spiritual energy, dissolving barriers of caste, creed, and social hierarchy. When the local ruler attempted to suppress this movement, Chaitanya responded not with the violence but with the peaceful march of thousands, demonstrating the power of devotion to overcome the widely authority. So, philosophically, Chaitanya articulated uh, doctrine which is invincible and simultaneously oneness and difference between soul and the divine. This subtle yet profound vision bridged the extremes of motion and dualism, offering the dynamic theology that celebrate both intimacy with God and the reverence of his transcendence. So his only written work, which is Shikshatakam, actually diluted the essence of his teaching. And it also tells us about humility, surrender, and the ceaseless chanting of God's name. Chaitanya movements gave rise to Gaudiya Vaishnavism that carried forward by his disciples like Rupa and Sanatan Goswami, who actually systemized his vision into theology, literature, and practice. His legacy was not confined to Bengal. It was spread across India, influencing devotional current in Odisha, Vrindavan, and beyond. His emphasis on prem, that is love with divine, that means divine love, redefined spirituality as an intimate, emotional, and universal experience. He declared that true devotion transcends social division. The moment you say you love God, all human beings will be at your uh, with you at your side, and where there will be no Brahmin, no Shudra, something like that was the teaching of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In 2026 and beyond, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's relevance is definitely striking. In an age fractured by polarization, his vision of unity through divine love offers a timeless antidote. His peaceful resistance to oppression resonate with the modern movement for justice and equality. His theology of oneness in a difference mirror contemporary exploration in quantum physics and AI ethics, where the paradox and the harmony coexist. The Sankirtan movement, with its emphasis on collective chanting, foreshadow the global search for community and shared transcendence in the digital era. His insistence that devotion is higher than a social distinction speaks directly to the world's striving to dismantle systematic inequalities. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, now let's continue with our discussion on Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So Chaitanya's life was a symphony of happiness, philosophy, and compassion. He danced in the streets, wept in the longing for Krishna, debated scholars, and embraced the marginalized. So his legacy is not just a chapter in Indian spiritual renaissance. It is a living force that continues to inspire seekers, reformers, and visionaries. In 2026, as humanity grapples with the technological acceleration and existential uncertainty, Chaitanya is a call to anchor life in love, humanity, and plus humility and devotion is more urged than ever. His golden presence reminds us that the ultimate revolution is not political or technological, but a spiritual, the awakening of the heart to the infinite. So, in the golden arc of history, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu does not fade into the past. He rises perpetually into the present. His voice of devotion, his doctrine of unity in difference, and his dance of divine love are not relic but a living current. In the world of 2026 and beyond confronts the fragmentation, then alienations and the cold machinery of the progress, his call resounds that the highest revolution is the awakening of heart. To chant is to connect, to surrender is to transcend, and to love is to be liberate. Chaitanya's legacy is not bound to Bengal or Vrindavan. It is a pulse of humanity and a search for the meaning. And his golden presence reminds us that beyond the noise of division, there is a song of eternity waiting to be sung together. So, we have come to the end of this discussion. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward for your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. Bye.
Hello friends, in this episode of Akulmach World, we dive into one of the most baffling discoveries in the modern astronomy. And that is about a galaxy core that refuses to move. Current astrophysical models dictate that the galactical center, driven by a supermassive black hole, and the gravitational dynamics should exhibit specific rotation patterns. Yet, we have found a motionless core that completely defies the laws of physics. Is there a glitch in our observational technology, or we have discovered a fundamental flaw in our understanding of gravity and the cosmic evolution? Let's go and explore this further. Imagine you're watching a ballet. The dancers are fluid, moving in perfect rhythmic harmony. Suddenly, one dancer stops.
They didn't stumble, they didn't slow down, they just freeze. They remain perfectly motionless while the rest of the stage continues its complex choreography. It's impossible, right? In the vast clockwork theater of our universe, galaxies are the ultimate dancers. For decades, we have relied on fundamental laws of gravity, angular momentum, and the sheer inertia of moving massive structures to explain why every galaxy we observe is spinning. But what if I told you that we have discovered a galaxy that defies this very basic logic? A galaxy core so still, so eerily static that it shouldn't exist according to our current astrophysical models. Today, on Akulmach World, we are stepping into the physics' newest nightmare. We are going to pull back the curtain on the motionless galaxy core, explore why it shatters our understanding of the cosmic evolution, and ask the ultimate question: is our map of universe fundamentally flawed? So friend, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. Before we look at the anomaly, we have to understand the norms. Galaxies aren't just collection of stars. They are gravitational engines. Whether it is a spiral like our Milky Way or a massive elliptical, they almost always exhibit rotation. Think of it like a whirlpool in a bathtub. A water spiral towards the drain, it carries everything with it. Galaxies form from collapsing cloud of gas and dust due to conservation of angular momentum. That collapses, create a spin and a cosmic certainty. Historically, when astronomers look at the galaxy spectrum, they expected to see a messy, rotating distribution of stars and gas moving in and out, but collectively following a predictable rotation curve. Even when we see something weird, we assume it's just the angle of telescope or a chaotic merger. But this new discovery, and it is not the perspective trick, it's a genuine defiance of structural physics. So, what are we actually looking at? The astronomers have identified galaxies, some dating back to less than 2 billion years after the Big Bang, that simply aren't rotating. It's a standard model. The rotating galaxies are always standard, isn't it? These objects should be rotating disk, but their data shows stars moving in random, disordered, orderly manner or entirely static path. It's as if the whirlpool never started. Now, there are theories. Some suggest these galaxies formed from the merger of two galaxies with nearly opposite angular momentum, essentially cancelling each other out, a cosmic stalemate. Others look at the role of the dark matter. We have seen in the recent news the groundbreaking research suggesting that in some cases we might not even be looking at the supermassive black hole at the center, but perhaps a super dense compact core of fermionic dark matter that mimics a black hole and the black hole's gravitational shadow without the need of a traditional rotational mechanism. But even these theories feel like patchwork on a broken engine. When we find more of these still galaxies, it suggests that our standard model of how galaxies are born is actually missing a huge piece of puzzle. So why does this matter to you and me? Because it proves that our laws of universe are really just our best guesses so far. Every time we find a nightmare like this one, it's a signal that universe is far more diverse and stranger than our simulation predicted. If the galaxies can form and survive without the engines of rotation, it changes how we calculate the mass of the universe, how we understand dark matter distribution, and even how we view the history of our own galaxy. We are living through an era of astronomical upheaval. The more we see, the more we realize that the clockwork universe is actually a lot more mysterious than we ever dare to imagine. Is this galaxy a cosmic glitch, or is it the first clue to a new branch of physics we haven't even named yet? The search continues as we refine our data from telescopes like James Webb and the next generation of deep space scanners. One thing is certain: the universe doesn't owe us an easy explanation, and that's exactly why we keep looking. My name is Chandrakant. If you found this deep dive into the impossible as fascinating as I did, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe to Akulmach World for more deep dives into the science that shift our reality. And friends, I will also like to know what you think. Is this a failure of gravity or a hidden secret of the dark matter? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Before I go, I will like to speak few words about the affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज हमारे सामने एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है जिसका आंसर हमें ढूंढना बहुत ही जरूरी है। ये क्वेश्चन है, क्या आज के आधुनिक बिजनेस वर्ल्ड में धर्म और रणनीति का कोई स्थान है या कोई स्थान रह गया है? इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है और हमें इसका डिस्कशन करना है। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। एक सीईओ के रूप में अनिश्चितता और कठिन निर्णयों के बीच आप अपना कर्तव्य कैसे निभा सकते हैं? इस वीडियो में हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे और हम जानेंगे कि भगवान कृष्ण ने हमें क्या सीख दी है, और इस इम्पोर्टेंट सवाल का आंसर खोजने में हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। एक सीईओ की कुर्सी जो होती है काफी चमकदार होती है, बहुत ही अट्रैक्टिव होती है, लेकिन इसके पीछे बहुत ज्यादा अनसर्टेनिटी होती है, तनाव, हर दिन के जीवन के कठोर निर्णय। वो ये केवल वही जानता है जो उस कुर्सी पे बैठता है। जब जाने कि कोई लीडर है जो बहुत ही हाई हॉट सीट पे बैठा हुआ है। क्या आपने कभी इसको महसूस किया है कि आपकी सारी स्ट्रेटेजी फेल हो रही है? मार्केट गिरता ही जा रहा है, आप समझ ही नहीं पा रहे क्या करना है, टीम बिखरने लगी है और सब कुछ गलत हो रहा है और इसके बीच में एक लकीर खींची हुई है। आप उस लकीर पे क्या करना है वो आप तय करते हैं एज ए सीईओ। आज हम किसी मैनेजमेंट बुक की बात नहीं करेंगे। आज हम बात करेंगे दुनिया के सबसे पुराने, सबसे प्रभावशाली लीडरशिप गाइड भगवत गीता, और खास तौर पे अध्याय 2 चैप्टर 2 श्लोक 31 में, जिसमें किसी भी सीईओ के लिए किसी वेपन की जो सीख दी गई है किसी वेपन से कम नहीं है। एक स्ट्रेटेजिक मास्टर क्लास की तरह ये हमारे सामने है। और इसका सीधा अर्थ है, अगर हम इस कोट को पढ़ें, इस वर्ष को पढ़ें, और कोट स्टार्ट्स, अपने क्षत्रिय धर्म, अपने यानी कि अपने कर्तव्य को देखते हुए भी तुम्हें विचलित नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि धर्म के लिए ही, न्याय के लिए ही युद्ध करने से बेहतर एक योद्धा के लिए और कुछ भी नहीं है। एंड द कोट क्लोज। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके ज़रूर बताएं कि आप कौन सी सिटी से, कौन सी कंट्री से हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा वीडियो देख रहे हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। अब एक सीईओ के तौर पे आप सोचेंगे, मैं युद्ध कैसे कर सकता हूँ, मैं तो बिजनेस कर रहा हूँ। लेकिन जरा रुकिए, आज का बाजार किसी कुरुक्षेत्र से कम नहीं है और यहाँ पे कट थ्रोट कंपटीशन होता है। नैतिकता बनाम मुनाफा और टीम के बजाय टीम को बचाए रखने के लिए जद्दोजहद, क्योंकि टीम आपका कॉम्पिटिटर ले जाएगा। तो यही तो वो युद्ध है जो हमें हर दिन लड़ना होता है। सो इस श्लोक में बोला गया है कि क्षत्रिय अर्थ केवल वो नहीं जो तलवार उठाता है, इसका अर्थ वो है जो व्यक्ति जिम्मेदारी लेने से नहीं डरता। जब गीता में भगवान कृष्ण ने अर्जुन से कहा कि तुम विचलित मत हो, तो वो एक सीईओ को सिखा रहे हैं, एक सीईओ की तरह उनको सिखा रहे हैं और बोल रहे हैं कि आपको विचलित नहीं होना है, कितनी भी बड़ी मार्केट रियलिटी आपके सामने हो। और इन डिसीजन का अंत होना चाहिए। जब कोई बड़ा फैसला लेना हो तो आप स्वधर्म, अपनी जैसे कि अपनी कंपनी के विजन और मूल्यों को देखें और अगर फैसला सही है तो परिणाम से मत डरें, डर का त्याग करें, अर्थात कांपना छोड़ें। एक सीईओ को का डर पूरी टीम में फैल जाता है। अगर आप डरे हुए हैं तो आपकी रणनीति भी डरी हुई होगी, क्योंकि न्याय के लिए खड़ा होना है, अक्सर मार्केट में टिके रहने के लिए और अनिकता, जिसको अनएथिकल बोलते हैं, रास्ते कई दफ़ा अपना लेते हैं कई लोग, क्योंकि खड़ा रहना है और अनएथिकल जो रास्ता होता है वो थोड़ा सा आसान दिखता है। श्लोक कहते हैं कि अधर्म के खिलाफ लड़ना आपका धर्म है। यही आपकी स्ट्रैटेजी होनी चाहिए कि आपके मुनाफे से पहले आपकी वैल्यूज़ को आपको सामने रखना होगा। और अब इसको हम लीडरशिप में लगाएं तो इसको हम कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट करें, तो यहाँ पे मैं आपको 3 स्टेप बताऊंगा जिससे आप इसको धीरे धीरे अपने जीवन में डाल सकते हैं और अपने डिसीजंस बेटर ले सकते हैं। तो पहला है द पर्पस। पर्पस की परिभाषा करें। जब भी कोई मुश्किल आए, खुद से पूछें, क्या यह फैसला मेरी कंपनी के लिए वैल्यू के अनुरूप है? अगर हाँ, तो पीछे ना हटें, आगे बढ़ें। नंबर 2, कन्विक्शन के साथ लीड करें, क्योंकि आपने पहला पॉइंट आपने देख लिया है। श्लोक कहता है कि न्याय का युद्ध है ये। अगर आपकी रणनीति सही है तो आप पूरी ताकत से आगे बढ़ें। अधूरे अधूरे मन से लिए गए फैसले हमेशा घाटा देते हैं। नंबर 3, स्टेक होल्डर की सुरक्षा करें। एक योद्धा अपने राज की रक्षा करता है, अपने कर्मचारियों को, इन्वेस्टर जिसको हम निवेशक भी बोलते हैं, ग्राहकों की रक्षा करता है। और जब आप डिफेंसिव नहीं बल्कि वैल्यू ड्रिवन लीडर बनते हैं तो आप अजय हो जाते हैं। तो दोस्तों, ये 3 मंत्र हैं जो आप अपनी लाइफ में उसको फॉलो कर सकते हैं, जो हमें भगवत गीता से इस पर्टिकुलर 2 लाइनों के श्लोक में मिलते हैं। दोबारा से बोलता हूँ, चैप्टर 2 श्लोक 31, और आपको यह याद दिलाता है कि आप एक सीईओ ही नहीं, आप एक लीडर हैं जिसे न्याय और प्रगति के लिए खड़ा होना है। आज अपने बोर्ड रूम में जाने से पहले बस ये याद रखें कि जो कंडीशंस हैं वो कितनी भी कठिन हो, अगर आपका धर्म, आपका कर्तव्य और नैतिकता आप के रास्ते पे आप चल रहे हैं तो हारने का कोई सवाल ही नहीं पैदा होता। अगर आप लीडर हैं और आपको लगता है कि ये संदेश आपके किसी सहकर्मी या दोस्त के काम आ सकता है, तो उनके साथ शेयर करें और हमें कमेंट करके बताएं कि आपके लिए कॉर्पोरेट धर्म का सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज क्या है। हम उस पर चर्चा करेंगे आने वाले वीडियो में। सब्सक्राइब करना ना भूलें। मिलते हैं जल्दी अगले वीडियो में। तब तक के लिए आपका हम प्रार्थना करेंगे आपका दिन शुभ रहे और आप सक्सेस पाएं। थैंक यू। नमस्कार।
Friends, the universe isn't just expanding, it is going somewhere. From the mysterious great attractor to the inevitable big freeze, where everything actually heading? That's a very big question that we want to address today. In this video, we trace the ultimate trajectory of every star, galaxy, and atom in existence. Have you ever wondered about the final destination of the cosmos while we go about our daily lives? Our Milky Way galaxy is screaming through space at 2.2 million kilometers per hour. But where it is going, what is pulling it? Let us discuss this further.
On a clear night, the universe looks like a photograph, frozen, eternal. But the truth is, we are living inside a cosmic stampede. Right now, you are sitting on a planet that is spinning at 1600 kilometers per hour. The planet is orbiting a star at 107,000 kilometers per hour. The star is dragging us around the center of the Milky Way at 800,000 kilometers per hour, but even the galaxy itself isn't sitting still. Our entire island universe is screaming through the void towards a destination we cannot see, and the overall speed at which we are moving right now is 2.2 million kilometers per hour. Everything, every star, every black hole, every atom is on a journey, but where is it actually going? Is there a finish line? Or is the universe just running away from itself? Today, we are tracing the ultimate trajectory of the cosmos from the great attractor to big freeze. We are looking at the final map of the existence itself. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand where we are going, we have to look at our neighborhood. We live in a Lanakia supercluster, a massive web of 100,000 galaxies spanning 500 million light years. For decades, the astronomers noticed something strange. The Milky Way and our neighboring galaxies aren't just drifting, they are being pulled. We are moving towards a specific region of space hidden behind the zone of avoidance, an area obscured by our own galaxy's dust, and therefore we actually cannot see clearly what is where we are going and what is pulling our galaxies. We call this mystery the great attractor. It's the gravitational anomaly so massive it is warping the movement of the galaxies across hundreds of millions of light years. It's like cosmic drain, and we are the water circling it. But here is the twist. We will likely never arrive at that point. Why? Because while gravity is trying to pull us together, something else is trying to rip us apart. In the late 1990s, we discovered the universe isn't just expanding, it is accelerating. This is thanks to the dark energy, a mysterious force that makes up roughly about 68% of the universe. Think of it like this. Gravity is the glue trying to hold the room together, but the dark energy is the floor constantly stretching in every direction. Because space is expanding faster than the speed of light at great distances, the great attractor is actually losing the tug of war. Eventually, the expansion will become so fast that even the pull of the Lanakia won't be enough to hold us into this particular group. We are entering an era of the great divorce. In few billion years, every galaxy outside our local group will disappear beyond the cosmic horizon. They will be moving away so fast that their light will never reach us again. We will be left in a lonely, dark neighborhood. So if we aren't hitting the great attractor, what is our immediate destination then in that case? So in about 4.5 billion years, our own galaxy has a date with destiny. The Andromeda galaxy is currently heading straight for us at 110 kilometers per second by high speed. This isn't a crash, it's a dance. The two galaxies will pass through each other, their stars rarely colliding because the space is so empty. Gravity will eventually pull them back together, merging them into a single massive elliptical galaxy dubbed as Milkomeda. By the time this happens, our sun will have become a red giant, likely swallowing the earth. The solar system as we know it will be done, but the atoms that made up our body will be part of the brand new giant star system. But where does the journey finally end? If the expansion continues forever, we reach the ultimate destination, the big freeze, also known as the heat death of the universe. As the space stretches, the gas needed to create stars become too thin. One by one, the light of the universe goes out. The stelliferous era ends, which is known for star formation, and therefore the stars will stop forming. And the degenerate era will begin. Only white dwarf, neutron stars, and black hole will remain. The black hole era will be the third one, when black holes eventually evaporate through Hawking radiation. So, what is left? A universe at a uniform temperature of nearly absolute zero, no energy, no movement, no time. Everything that was once a planet, a person, or a galaxy will be reduced to thin mist of photons and electrons drifting in an infinite cold dark. It sounds bleak, but look at in another way. We are living in the golden age of the universe, a brief, brilliant window where the stars are close enough to see and the galaxies are close enough to touch. Everything is moving away, yes, but that makes the fact that we are here right now witnessing it, and all the more miraculous things are going to happen in the near future. We might not like where the universe is going, but we can only imagine what a view we have on the way there, right? So friends, thanks for watching, and if you want to keep exploring the edge of the cosmos, subscribe and join for the next journey. Until next time, before we wind up today's session, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, let me ask you, can the ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita. And friends, as you know, Bhagavad Gita is 7,000-year-old manuscript, and some of the teachings in Bhagavad Gita can be directly related to the modern day CEOs and entrepreneurs. While the corporate world focuses on the external ROIs, the Gita point towards the ultimate ROI, which is transitioning from material containment to absolute clarity. Let us discuss this further. In the corner office of any major corporation, the metrics are always the same, which is EBITDA, market share, quarterly growth, and the shareholder value. We call this the return on investment. But there is a hidden tax being paid every single day that doesn't show up on a balance sheet. It is a tax of the cluttered mind. Think about your last major decision. Was it made with 100% clarity, or was it colored by the fatigue of the previous meetings, anxiety of fluctuating markets, or perhaps the flicker of ego? Most leaders operate in a state of what the Bhagavad Gita calls material contamination. In modern terms, we call it cognitive noise. Today, we are going to take a look at 7,000-year-old formula that offers a different kind of ROI. We are looking at chapter 6, verse 28 of Bhagavad Gita. It is a verse that promises not just success, but the ultimate happiness, and for a CEO, that might be most strategic advantage you can possess. Alright, so friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching our live stream. Alright, let's move ahead. Let's look at the verse itself. And the verse says, quote starts, the yogic practice free from material contamination, and by connecting with the divine, he reaches the ultimate happiness. Quote close. Alright, so this, this sounds like something like a yogic practice for a busy executive, and divine might sound like they are being asked to go to a mountain retreat and not to a boardroom. But let's translate this into the language of leadership. The verse identifies three distinct stages. First, the process, a yogic practice which requires consistent mental discipline. Number two, the result, the freedom from contamination, which is removal of all biases and noise. 3. The goal, the ultimate happiness, which is a state of peak performance and flow. And therefore, for a CEO, this is something which is not just spiritual. It is a blueprint of the operational, operational side of your activities, right? Don't you think so? All right. So this is going to also, improve your excellence in yourself. What does the Gita mean by contamination in the context of 21st century company? Contamination is anything that obscure your true vision in the boardroom. This looks like ego trap. And there are several things attached to the ego trap. First is making decision to win an argument rather than to serve the company's mission. Second is analysis paralysis, being so bogged down by data that you lose your intuitiveness, gut feeling, etc. Third is the emotional residue, carrying the frustration of a failed merger into your dinner with your family, or worse, into your next strategic session. When a CEO is contaminated, they are reactive. When you are reactive, you are predictable. And in business, being predictable is a liability. The Gita suggests that through yogic practice, which can be defined as structured meditation, mindfulness, and radical self-awareness, we begin to filter this contamination. Imagine your mind as a lens. Over years of high-stress leadership, that lens gets covered in dust. This verse is about daily habit of wiping the lens clean. The verse mentioned, contact with divine, etc. The word of high performance, we have a different word for this, which is flow. And it is that state where the self vanishes, the time slows down, and you execute with effortless precision. But there is a deeper layer here. For a CEO, connecting with the divine can be interpreted as connecting with the highest purpose. When a leader is connected to a purpose greater than their own paycheck or their own reputation, something shifts. This connection provides a steady anchor. And if the market crashes, the anchor holds. If the media attacks, the anchor holds. Why? Because your sense of ultimate happiness is no longer tied to the external material world. It is, it is sourced from an internal connection to the truth. This is the ultimate ROI. And if you cannot be shaken by external volatility, you become most stable point in your organization. Everyone else will look look towards you to see how you react. If you are connected to that inner clarity, your organization stays calm. So how does a CEO actually do this? We don't expect you to move the Himalayas. The Gita was spoken on a battlefield, not a yoga studio. It is a manual for the people in the thick of fight. Certain things you can do, something like you can actually plan your stillness. Treat your meditation or reflection time like a board meeting. You wouldn't skip a meeting with your top investor. Don't skip the meeting with your inner self. This is where the cleaning happens. The contamination check is the second step. Before every major meeting, ask yourself, is there a contamination within you? Am I angry? Am I seeking validation? Identify the noise and it loses its power over you. Leading from Sukha, which is happiness, most leaders believe happiness comes after the success. Verse 28 flips that script. It says the practice lead to happiness, and happiness is the foundation for everything else. Lead from a place of fulfillment, and your decisions will be more sustainable and ethical. We live in an era of a hyper contamination, information overload, social media pressures, and relentless pace of AI are making clarity harder to find than ever before, right? The CEO of the future is not the one with the most data. It is the one with the cleanest lens. By practicing the principle of Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 28, you aren't just becoming a better spiritual person. You are becoming more effective, more resilient, and more visionary leader. You are trading the temporary high of material gains for the ultimate happiness and for a clear mind. This is the ultimate ROI, and we have come to the end of our discussion today. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for listening. Now, go back to your desk, take a deep breath, and remove contamination from your mind. Lead with clarity. So, friends, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I move on to the next topic, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is the mystery of our third interstellar visitor has finally been solved? In this video, we dive deep into the groundbreaking discovery of 3I Atlas and the incredible journey astronomers took to trace its path back to its source. For years, we wondered where this high-speed wanderer originated, but the answer, may lie in chilling than ever imagined. Okay. Well, imagine a world where Harry Potter and the Top Gun live under the same roof, right? And where the gritty prestige of HBO and the massive broadcast reach of CBS are controlled by the same board of directors. Well, stop imagining. On April 20th, 2026, the media landscape shifted on its axis. Warner Brothers Discovery shareholder officially voted to approve a massive $110 billion merger with Paramount Skydance. It is a deal that essentially kills the streaming war, as we know them from the last decade. We aren't just looking at another merger, we are looking at the birth of media titans specifically designed to survive the wreckage of the peak TV era. But this wasn't a smooth ride. It involved a hostile bid, a rejected offer from Netflix, and a shareholder reward over executive payouts that would make Roman Emperor blush. Today we are breaking down the WBD Paramount power play. What happens to the Max and Paramount Plus? Why does the shareholder reject David Zaslav's massive bonus? And most importantly, how does this affect your subscription bill? So friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's talk money. Paramount Skydance, led by David Allison, is acquiring 100% of the Warner Brothers Discovery. The price tag? What is this price tag? It is $31 per share in cash. When you factor this WBD significant debt, the total enterprise value hit a staggering $111 billion. This wasn't WBD's first choice. Earlier this year, Netflix actually tried to swoop in $72 billion bid for just the studio and the streaming assets. But Paramount went for the all or nothing strategy. They didn't just want the movies, they wanted the cable network, the news, and the sports. By February 27th, Netflix blinked. They cited capital discipline and walked away. Paramount, backed by Allison family, which is, of course, you know Allison, right? The Larry Ellison family. Larry Ellison is the founder of Oracle, also very, very famous entrepreneur, globally known. And Redbird Capital. They both stepped up with the cash. WBD shareholders are now overwhelmingly given their blessings with 1.7 billion votes in favor. However, the deal isn't closed yet. It's expected to finalize in Q3 of 2026, pending some very intense regulatory scrutiny. So what does this mean? It's all about synergy. The goal here is to create a next generation media company. Think about the intellectual property, which is IP library, they now control together as one entity. We're talking about DC Universe meeting Mission Impossible, right? The Game of Thrones alongside Star Trek, SpongeBob, SquarePants, Sesame Street under one banner. But the biggest change for us as a consumer, the super streamer, managed managed by the combined entity, and the people who are going to manage this whole thing have already hinted that Max and Paramount Plus will eventually merge into a single platform. For the companies, this saves billions, specifically 6 billion annually by this change. All right. So they no longer have to pay for the two separate tech stacks, two marketing departments, or two set of overhead. For the viewer, it means one app to rule, to view all of them, to rule all of them. But it also means less competition. which historically lead to, you guessed it, price hike. So if there is no competition, they have consolidated the market. They are free to put any price tag, whatever they want, right? There is no pressure from the market. So if there is one thing that keeps the lights on the old media, it's the live sports. And this merger creates an absolute juggernaut. Combined WBD and Paramount now holds the right to the NFL via CBS, NCAA March Madness, NHL and MLB championship leagues, the Olympic internationally and the PGA tours and UFC. In a world where Amazon and Apple are trying to buy their way into sports, this combined entity becomes the must-have partner for every major league. They have the broadcast reach of CBS for the big games and streaming flexibility of Max for everything else. This is their shield against Netflix, which has only recently started dipping its toes into live events. Now, let's get to the spicy part. While the shareholder loved the deal, they hate the exit packages. WBD CEO David Zaslav, a man often criticized for his aggressive cost-cutting and vaulting of completed films, was lined up for a golden parachute worth $850 million as an exit for himself. At the special meeting on April 23rd, shareholder voted forcefully against these executive payouts. 1.4 billion votes were casted against the compensation packages. Now, here is the kicker. The vote is non-binding. Technically, board can still pay him, but the message is clear. Hollywood creators and investors alike are tired of seeing massive executive bonuses while the industry suffers through layoffs and budget cuts. Even Hollywood legends like Denis Villeneuve and David Fincher signed an open letter opposing the consolidation, fearing it will lead to fewer choices and less creative freedom. So, is the deal done? Not quite. The US Department of Justice and the UK regulatory bodies are currently looking at this with a magnifying glass. Senators like Elizabeth Warren have already called it an antitrust disaster that threatens to raise prices for American families. If the deal doesn't close by September 30th, a ticking fee kick in Paramount will have to pay WBD shareholders an extra 25 cents per share every quarter. It's a massive incentive to get across the finish line fast. The streaming war started as a race to see who could spend most money to get the most subscribers. This merger proves that the race is over. The new game is now known as survival. By joining forces, WBD and Paramount aren't trying to win the war. They're trying to make sure they are the last ones standing. So what do you think, friends? Is this a super streamer you have been waiting for? Or are we just watching the slow death of a variety in Hollywood? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button to stay updated on the most massive media mergers of our lifetime. And I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, the mystery of our third interstellar visitor has finally been solved. In this video, we dive into the groundbreaking discovery of 3I Atlas and the incredible journey astronomers took to trace its path back to its source. For years, we wondered where this high-speed wanderer originated, but the answer is more chilling than we ever imagined. While Oumuamua and Borisov gave us the glimpse into the other star systems, 3I Atlas is different. New data reveals it was born in an environment of absolute extremes and extreme cold galactical origins that challenges everything we know about how comets and the planetary system forms. Let us explore this further. In the vast silence of ocean of the cosmos, things usually stay in their place. Stars keep their clusters, planets follow their tracks, but every once in a while, a ghost appears, a wanderer. In 2017, we saw Oumuamua, a bizarre cigar-shaped shard that defied explanation. In 2019, we saw 2I Borisov, a rogue comet that looked familiar but felt alien. But now in 2026 we have the third visitor, which is 3I Atlas. In fact 2025, but we are still tracking in 2026. When it first appeared in 2025 July 1st, we knew it was fast, we knew it was big. But as it sped past our sun and began its long journey back into the void, it left us a parting gift, a chemical fingerprint. For months, the world's most powerful telescopes from Alama Array in high desert of Chile or the James Webb Space Telescope have been staring at this frozen traveler. And the data just came back, and we are now finally, we know where the 3I Atlas came from. And this truth is, it is colder than anything we have ever imagined. Alright, so friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why 3I Atlas is so terrifying, we have to look at what it is. Astronomer calls it an interstellar object. It wasn't born in our solar system. It didn't form near Jupiter or just in the Oort cloud. It's an immigrant from another star system, likely ejected billions of years ago. On April 24th, 2026, a team from the University of Michigan, led by astronomers Teresa Coreno and Luis Salazar Manzano, published a paper in Nature Astronomy that changed everything. They weren't just looking at the comet's shape, they were looking at its heavy water, specifically, deuterated water, or HDO. In our solar system, comets have a specific ratio of regular water to heavy water. It's like a biological signature of our sun's birth. But 3i Atlas was different. Its ratio of heavy water is 30 times higher than any comet in our solar system, and it is 40 times higher than the water in our own oceans. This isn't just a slight difference. This is a neon sign screaming that this object was born in an environment we can barely comprehend. So what does this heavy water ratio tells us? It's a thermometer for the deep past. Chemical processes that create this much deuterium only happens in extreme conditions, specifically temperatures below 30 Kelvin. That is minus 406 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 253 degrees Celsius. Imagine a place so cold that even the atoms themselves seems to move in slow motion. This is where 3i Atlas was born. But here is a kicker. Astronomers think it didn't just come from a cold planet. It likely came from a loner star. Our sun was born in a crowded nursery surrounded by sibling stars that provided heat and radiation. But the home star of 3i Atlas, it was like outcast born in a dark, isolated corners of the Milky Way, where there was no other star keeping the neighborhood warm. Scientists are calling it a cold galactic origin. This comet is essentially a 10 billion year old ice cube that has preserved the chemistry of a dead, frozen era of our galaxy. If the temperature doesn't haunt you, the age will definitely do. Our sun is roughly 4.6 billion years old, and we think, that is ancient. But 3i Atlas initially estimated that it could be 11 billion years old. Think about that. When 3i Atlas was forming in its dark, frozen cradle, the Earth didn't even exist. Our sun didn't exist. The Milky was a completely different shape. This object has been drifting through the vacuum of space for twice as long as our entire world has been alive. It is a cosmic fossil. It has survived the death of its home star, the collision of galaxies, and the slow expansion of the universe, all to end up in our backyard for a brief month, right? You might be wondering, why does it matter if the rock is cold and old? It matters because 3i Atlas is the mirror. By studying its chemistry, we aren't just learning about the random comet, we are learning about the diversity of the universe. Until now, we thought our solar system's recipe was standard. We thought water was simply water. But 3i Atlas shows us that there are regions of galaxy where building block of life are fundamentally different. If the comet had crashed into a young planet in its home system, that planet would have ocean filled with heavy water. Would life even be possible there? Or would it be a world of heavy biology fundamentally incompatible with us? As we speak, 3i Atlas is moving at 137,000 miles per hour. It has already passed Jupiter. It is heading back into the interstellar dark, away from the warmth of our sun that briefly woke it up from its long slumber. We may never see it again. In a few years, it will be just another data point in our archives, but it leaves us with a terrifying, beautiful realization: the universe is much, much bigger, much older, and much colder than we dare to believe. We have just, warm up little campfire in a very, very cold forest, right? So, friends, what do you think about this? If you have any question, do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you want to keep up with the latest from the deep freeze of space, hit that subscribe button and stay curious. This next visitor could be the right around the corner. So friends, see you in the next one. But before I leave, a word from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
परिवार केवल रिश्तों का नाम नहीं है, ये हमारे दिमाग और भावनाओं की असली प्रयोगशाला है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ समय बिताते हैं, हंसी बांटते हैं, सुख दुख साझा करते हैं, तो हमारे भीतर ऐसी मानसिक ऊर्जा पैदा होती है जो हमें जीवन के हर चुनौती से लड़ने की ताकत देती है। हाल के अध्ययनों ने यह साबित किया है कि परिवार का साथ दिमाग की कार्य क्षमता को बढ़ाता है और भावनात्मक दृढ़ता को पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी मजबूत करता है। आज की तेज रफ्तार दुनिया में जहां तनाव और अकेलापन बढ़ रहा है, परिवार ही वह सुरक्षा आश्रय है जो हमें स्थिरता, आत्मविश्वास और मानसिक शांति प्रदान करता है। यह केवल एक सामाजिक इकाई नहीं है, बल्कि हमारी सोच, हमारी स्मृति, हमारी भावनाओं का आधार है। चलिए इसके बारे में और जानते हैं। मानव जीवन में परिवार केवल रिश्तों का समूह नहीं है, बल्कि ये हमारी मानसिक और भावनात्मक ऊर्जा का भी स्रोत है। हाल के अध्ययनों ने ये उजागर किया है कि परिवार के साथ समय बिताना दिमाग की कार्य क्षमता को बढ़ाता है और भावनात्मक दृढ़ता को पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी मजबूत करता है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ बैठते हैं, बातचीत करते हैं, हंसी मजाक जो है वो साझा करते हैं या कठिन समय में एक दूसरे का सहारा बनते हैं, तो दिमाग में सकारात्मक रसायन सक्रिय होते हैं। ऑक्सीटोसिन और डोपामिन जैसे हार्मोन्स हमारे भीतर खुशी और सुरक्षा की भावना जगाते हैं। ये केवल क्षणिक आनंद नहीं, बल्कि दीर्घकालीन मानसिक स्वास्थ्य का आधार है। परिवार के साथ बिताया गया समय बच्चों के लिए विशेष रूप से महत्वपूर्ण है। माता पिता और दादा दादी के साथ संवाद बच्चों के दिमाग में भाषा, स्मृति और भावनात्मक संतुलन को मजबूत करता है। यही कारण है कि जिन बच्चों का पारिवारिक वातावरण सहयोगी और स्नेहपूर्ण होता है, वे जीवन की चुनौतियों का सामना अधिक आत्मविश्वास से कर सकते हैं। वयस्कों के लिए भी परिवार मानसिक ऊर्जा का स्रोत है। कामकाज और सामाजिक दबावों के बीच परिवार का साथ तनाव को कम करता है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ भोजन करते हैं, कहानियां सुनते हैं या बस साथ में बैठते हैं, तो दिमाग की थकान दूर होती है और सोचने समझने की क्षमता बढ़ती है। अध्ययनों ने ये भी इस दिखाया कि परिवार का साथ बिताने से भावात्मक दृढ़ता, जिसको कि इमोशनल रेजिलियंस कहते हैं, वो भी बढ़ती है। इसका अर्थ ये है कि व्यक्ति कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी टूटता नहीं है एक्चुअली, बल्कि संभल कर आगे बढ़ता है। ये दृढ़ता केवल एक पीढ़ी तक सीमित नहीं रहती, बल्कि बच्चों और आने वाली पीढ़ियों में भी ट्रांसफर होती है। इस प्रकार परिवार का एक जीवंत अगर रूप देखा जाए तो वो विद्यालय से कम नहीं है, जहां हम धैर्य, सहयोग और प्रेम सीखते हैं। 2026 के संदर्भ में ये और भी महत्वपूर्ण है। आधुनिक जीवन की तेज रफ्तार, तकनीकी दबाव और सामाजिक चुनौतियों के बीच परिवार ही वह स्थान है जहां मनुष्य को अपनी जड़ों से जोड़ता है, और ये जुड़ाव माइंड को स्थिरता देता है और व्यक्ति को मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ बनाए रखने में मदद करता है। अगर देखा जाए तो परिवार केवल सामाजिक संस्था नहीं है, बल्कि मानसिक भावात्मक शक्ति का केंद्र है। परिवार के साथ बिताया गया समय दिमाग को सक्रिय करता है, भावनाओं को संतुलित करता है और जीवन को सार्थक बनाता है। ये एक ऐसा विशेष, या कह सकते हैं विशेष मोड है या एक निवेश है जो न केवल वर्तमान को उज्जवल करता है, बल्कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों को भी दृढ़ और सक्षम बनाता है। यदि आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके ये बताइए कि आप किस शहर से हमसे जुड़े हैं, किस सिटी से आप हमको देख पा रहे हैं और किस भाषा में ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। अब चलिए इस चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। 2026 में और आने वाले वर्षों में पारिवारिक जो इकाई है कई वैश्विक चुनौतियों का सामना कर सकती है, और वो अभी कर भी रही है। आधुनिक जीवन की रफ्तार, तकनीकी दबाव और आर्थिक असमता के और प्रवास के कारण परिवारों में दूरी बढ़ रही है। थोड़े वो अलग हो रहे हैं, न्यूक्लियर हो रहे हैं, लेकिन वास्तविक समय और आत्मीयता को कम कर दिया गया है इस पूरे प्रकरण में। और कई देशों में तो एकल परिवारों की संख्या बढ़ रही है, जिसमें बुजुर्गों का अकेलापन, बच्चों का भावात्मक असंतुलन सामने आ रहा है। इन चुनौतियों का समाधान परिवार के भीतर सचेत प्रयास से ही संभव है। सबसे पहले परिवार को समय देना आवश्यक है। साझा भोजन, बातचीत, उत्सवों में भागीदारी से भावात्मक जुड़ाव मजबूत होता है। दूसरा, तकनीक का संतुलन उपयोग करना चाहिए ताकि डिजिटल दुनिया वास्तविक संबंधों पर हावी ना हो। और तीसरा, कि शिक्षा और सामाजिक नीतियों में परिवार केंद्रित दृष्टिकोण अपनाना होगा, जिससे बच्चे और बुजुर्ग दोनों को सहयोग और सुरक्षा मिले। तो अब हम अंत तक पहुंच चुके हैं, और ये एक बार और आपके लिए दोहराना चाहते हैं कि परिवार केवल सामाजिक संरचना नहीं है, बल्कि मानसिक और भावनात्मक शक्ति का आधार है। यदि हम 2026 और आगे की चुनौतियों का सामना करना चाहते हैं, तो परिवार को प्राथमिकता देनी होगी, ताकि वह शक्ति और दिमाग को स्थिर करने में सहयोग दे और भावनाओं को और भी दृढ़ बनाती रहे, और ये पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी जीवन को संतुलित और सार्थक बनाए रख सकती है। ये आज का डिस्कशन था। आप से गुजारिश है कि आप इस टॉपिक पर अपने कमेंट हमको लिखकर भेजिए। इसके साथ ही कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलिए। मिलते हैं दूसरे एक डिस्कशन में, तब तक विदा, नमस्कार।
Hello, friends. Welcome once again. The biggest question in the boardroom today is the CEO or the leadership burnout. And it's becoming a very big problem in the 21st century, especially in 2026. So, let me ask you, can ancient wisdom solve the 21st century burnout crisis? Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to uncover the secret weapon of the world's most effective CEOs, the inward gaze. While most leadership training focuses on the external strategy, the Gita teaches that the true power comes from the internal mastery. Let us explore this further. Friends, close your eyes for a second, but not that long, because you got a company to run. Think about your morning. How many notifications did you get before you wake up, right? So as you waking up, you see so many notifications in your email, right? A market dip in Asia, a key hire resignation, a competitor's aggressive new acquisition. As a CEO, your mind is battlefield. You are expected to be most external person in the organization, watching the charts, the people, and the future as well. But what if I told you that the most successful leaders in history, the one who remain unshakable when the ship is sinking, don't look outward for their primary strategy. They actually look inwards. Today we are decoding 7,000-year-old blueprint for executive excellence. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 28. It's verse about liberation, but for a modern leader, it's a manual for mental sovereignty. Let's look at the text of the verse 28, right? And the quote starts, shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eye and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breathing within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind and senses and intelligence. The transcendental leader seeking liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. Quote close. Well, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. At first glance, this sounds like a guide for a monk in a cave. But let's translate this into a CEO speak. Let's look at it again. Shutting your external sense object, which is equal to filtering out the noise. Data is useful, but noise is deadly. Next is vision between the eyebrows. Single pointed focus, eliminating shiny object syndrome. Next, suspending the breathing, regulating the nervous system. You cannot lead if your body is in a permanent state of fight or flight, right? Free from desire, free from anger. That is the next phrase. This is the definition of objective decision making. Why does CEO need an inward gaze? Because the biggest threat in your company isn't the competition. It is your own unprocessed reactivity. When the CEO reacts out of fear, they cut cost into too early and stifle innovation. When they react out of desire, they over leverage and chase vanity metrics. When they react out of anger, they destroy corporate culture. The inward gaze mentioned in Gita is about becoming witness. In business psychology, we call this metacognition. It is the ability to watch your thoughts without being hijacked by them. Imagine a board meeting where room is heated, everyone is shouting, and if your gaze is inward, you aren't caught in the emotional crossfire. You are observing the pattern. You are the eye of the storm. That is a secret weapon. It allows you to see the signal while everyone else is drowning in the noise. The verse specifically mentioned equalizing the inhalation and exhalation. What does a spiritual text care about breathing? Well, because your breath is the remote control of your brain. Many of us know this fact. Breathing is the only a process in the body which can be controlled by you, as well as it is involuntary as well. Even if you don't think about breathing, your body continues to breathe, right? So there is a fine line using which you can start controlling your mind. So it's a common knowledge. Now let's proceed further. Science tells us that when you are stressed, your breathing becomes shallow and rapid. This triggers the the situation that most of us are, anxiety situation that most of us are suffering. The primitive part of the brain, which it controls this whole thing, is basically creating an environment of fear in your brain. You lose access to your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for complex strategy and empathy. The Gita was teaching biohacking long before the term even existed. By equalizing the breathing, you manually reset your nervous system. The boardroom application, how does it apply in the boardroom? Before you walk into a high stress negotiation, or before you hit that send button on a difficult email, you practice verse 28. You equalize the breathing. You move from state of threat to the state of resourcefulness. This is how you command a room without saying a word. And that is a true executive presence. The final part of the verse says this path leads to liberation. For a CEO, what is liberation? It is a freedom from being a slave to the stock price, slave to the ego, or even opinion of the industry. So Gita teaches a concept called Nishkam Karma, acting without attachment to the results. This doesn't mean you don't care about profits. It means you are so focused on the excellence of the process that you aren't paralyzed by the fear of the outcome. When you are free from the fear of the and desire, you can make hard decisions. You can pivot the company when it is unpopular. You can stand by your values when it is expensive. You are liberated from the need for external validation, which makes you one of the most dangerous and effective leader in the market. So how do you master this inward gaze? It's not about quitting your job to meditate. It's about integrating Gita into your workflow. And how you can do that? Starting with morning silence. Spend 5 minutes shutting out sense object. No phones, no email, just your breathing. Start thinking about your breathing process only for 5 minutes. All right. Next, 3 breathe rule. Before every meeting, equalize your inhalation and exhalation. Equal, right? Slow it down. Next, the mirror check. Ask yourself, am I moving towards the goal out of fear or out of purpose? Right? Mastering the inward gaze doesn't make you a passive leader at all. It makes you an unstoppable one. It transforms you from a CEO who is pushed by the world into a leadership role, or another person is who's actually shaping the world itself. Right? So it transforms that. Gita says that this is a way for the liberation for the leadership role. In the business world, we just call it the greatness. So friends, what do you think? If you have any questions or any comments, please leave them in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you found this leadership lesson valuable, subscribe for more ancient wisdom for the modern businesses. Now you can go lead from within. All right. So before we end this section, I'd like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code.
Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends and namaskar. Let me ask you, are you leading your company through a chaos or are you creating a legacy that transcends market volatility? In this video, we decode the profound wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita and try to answer this question. For a CEO, this isn't just a philosophical statement, it's a master class in resilient leadership. And therefore, in this video, we will discover why the greatest business leaders operate from a place of eternal perspective and shedding the fear of failure and illusion for gaining total control. Let's go and discuss this further. Every day, as a CEO, you wake up to the same pressure, and that is the numbers, the quarterly target, the market volatility, the competition, the fear of losing market share, losing your edge, or even losing your company. We treat business like a battleground where one wrong move results in total destruction. But what if I told you that the fear of business and all other fears are rooted in a fundamental misunderstanding of the reality. Today we are stepping beyond the balance sheet and we are looking at 5,000-year-old secret from Bhagavad Gita that changes everything about how you lead, how you decide, and how you survive. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. The verse is chapter 2, verse 19, and Bhagwan Krishna tells Arjun, and the quote starts, "In ignorance, one may think that a soul can slay another soul, or the soul gets slayed by another soul. But in truth, the learned know that the soul neither kills nor is killed." And the quote close. Now let's bring it into the boardroom, modern boardroom. In business, we are constantly slaying the competitors and fearing being slayed by them at the same time. We think if a product fails, the business dies. If a competitor launches a better service, we are slayed, we are finished. But the Gita is inviting us to a different level of intelligence. It is teaching us about the imperishable. When you identify only the external, the revenue, the valuation, the physical assets, you are living in a state of constant fragile death. But when you lead from the core, the purpose, the value, the innovation, and the vision, you tap into something that cannot be destroyed by the market shifts. The learned CEOs doesn't mean someone with the most degrees. It means someone with vivek, the ability to discriminate between temporary and the eternal. When you are attached to the outcome, you are anxious. You lose the ability to see clearly. You make desperate short-term decisions that hurt your long-term legacy. True leadership is performing your duty, your dharma, with total intensity, but without paralyzing fear of the results. So when you stop fearing the death of your plans, you stop being prisoner to the market data. You become a pioneer, not a defender. So how do we apply this, in our daily life? And therefore, I would like to provide three perspectives from my side. There are three ways to practice the eternal perspective, and that you can practice from tomorrow morning or even today. Choice is yours. First is analyze the imperishable. Ask yourself, if my entire current product line vanish tomorrow, what will remain then? What will happen? Is it your team's culture? Is it your unique problem solving process? That is your soul basically. Whatever remains, if everything perishes, is your soul. So identify that and build on that. Number two, detached intensity. Execute your strategy as if everything depends on it, but accept the outcome as if you are a gardener. You plant the seed, but you don't dictate the weather, right? Number three is a perspective shift. So next time a crisis hit, stop and ask, Is this the end of the soul of this company, or is it just a change in the market? Don't let the temporary slaying of a project break your focus on a long term vision. Business is not just about the transaction, it's about the transformation. When you stop leading out of fear, you start leading out of power. You're not the victim of the market, you are the architect of a vision that transcends the ups and downs of any single fiscal year. Move beyond the balance sheet, lead with the wisdom that understands what truly lasts. So, friends, if you found this perspective shift valuable, I want to hear from you in the comments below. Tell me, what is one fear you have been carrying that you are, ready to let go of? And we will learn it together. We will discuss in the future episode. So, friends, if you have any questions, as I mentioned, please leave them in the comments, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Have a nice day.
In the silent depths of universe where the particles dance unseen and forces whisper across the void, neutrinos have long been the enigmatic wanderers, the ghost slipping through the matter as if it were air. For decades, they seemed passive, mere spectator in the cosmic play. But now, a startling revelation suggests that they may be tugging at reality itself. The discovery of subtle neutrino force hint at the invisible thread woven into quantum fabric. Thread that could reshape our understanding of stars, galaxies, and the very architecture of our cosmos. So let's find out more. In the grand tapestry of physics, certain threads remain elusive, simmering faintly at the edge of our perception. Among them are neutrinos, ghostly particles that stream through the cosmos, through our bodies, through the earth itself, almost without interaction. For decades, they were treated as a passive wanderers. So for decades, as they were passive wanderers and important for the balance, but not for the force. Yet, the recent discovery suggests that neutrinos may weave their own subtle thread of influence, tugging at the fabric of matter in a way we are only beginning to understand. Before we go further, let us understand what are neutrinos. So neutrinos are elementary particle that belongs to the lepton family, similar to the electrons, but unlike electrons. They carry no electric charge and have extremely small mass, making them lightest known particle with mass, though not massless. Because they do not interact via the electromagnetic or strong forces, neutrinos can pass through the ordinary matter almost completely undisturbed, which is why trillions of them pass through our bodies every second without any effect. Neutrinos are crucial for understanding the fundamental physics, including the weak nuclear force, stellar processes, and cosmology. Their unique properties make them both elusive and invaluable for probing the universe in a way that other particles cannot. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward in this interesting details, the so-called neutrino force is not a kind of a push like a gravity or electromagnetism. It is a whisper, a faint pressure that emerges when the neutrinos scatter off nuclei, leaving behind a measurable trace. Physicists long suspected such interaction, but the evidence was buried beneath the noise. So, hidden in the shadow of stronger forces. So, now with the executively sensitive detectors buried deep underground and shielded from the cosmic interface, the researchers have begun to tease out these hidden signals. So the implications are profound. If neutrinos exert a force, however slight, they are not merely passive messenger of nuclear reaction, but an active participant in shaping matter. This reframed their role in stellar evolution, in supernova explosions, and even in the early universe. The faint tug of neutrinos may have influenced how galaxies cluttered and how matter danced and how the cosmic web itself was stitched together. So mapping this force requires patience and ingenuity. Detectors are filled with tons of liquid argon and heavy water wait slightly for the rare moment when the neutrino collides. And each flash of light, each ripple of energy is a clue. By collecting thousands of such events, scientists have reconstructed the hidden geometry of neutrino interactions. The emerging picture is one of the delicate thread quantum filament that connects the smallest scale of particle physics to the larger structure of cosmos. The discovery also challenges the standard model of physics that are so soft. It's like a soft framework which has guided science for half a century. Now, neutrinos were already anomalies and they oscillate between flavors and they have a mass when the theory predicted none. Now, with the evidence of the force, they may demand an extension of model, a new chapter in our understanding of fundamental interaction. For a lay person, the idea is both humbling and exhilarating, And imagine a particle so small they pass through a wall of lead as if it was a mist. Yet collectively they shape a density of stars. Imagine a universe where the invisible thread tug gently at matter, guiding its dance across billions of years. The neutrino force reminds us that the nature's most powerful influence are not always loud or obvious. They can be subtle, patient, and hidden in a plain sight. As physicists continue to map these quantum threads, they are not merely cataloging another force, they are uncovering a deeper truth. That the universe is woven from the interaction both grand and delicate, from explosion of supernova to a faintest whisper of neutrino. And in that weaving lies the story of everything: the galaxy above, the atom within, and the invisible force that binds them together. In the end, neutrino force is more than a scientific curiosity. It is a reminder that universe is stitched together by thread, both visible and unseen. Gravity may anchor the stars, electromagnetism may light the sky, but it is quite tug of neutrino that whisper of deeper harmonies. As physicists trace these quantum thread, they are not only mapping a new force, they are uncovering the poetry of existence itself, where even the faintest particle play their part in a grand design. So, invisible thread and infinite cosmos. So, we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends. By now we know that the 21-hour marathon peace talk between US and Iran have officially collapsed. What does this mean for the global stability and your wallet as well as mine? Therefore, in this video we break down the dramatic failure of the Islamabad Peace Summit, where Vice President JD Vance and the Iranian negotiators failed to reach a ceasefire after nearly 21 hours of high-stake diplomacy. Following the expiration of the temporary 2-week ceasefire, the Middle East is now bracing for the return to active hostility and a massive economic ripple effect. Let us discuss this further. It's being called the most consequential 21 hours in the modern diplomacy. In a high-stake hotel room in Islamabad, Pakistan, the world held its breath as the Vice President JD Vance and the Iranian negotiators sat face to face for the first time in decades. What was the goal? The goal was very set: to stop the war that has already crippled global trade and brought the Middle East to its knees. But as of this morning, which is April 13, 2026, the silence from the Serena Hotel was broken by a single devastating sentence from the US delegation: no deal has been reached. The temporary 2 weeks ceasefire has now also expired. The peace deal has collapsed, and as the diplomats head back to the airport, the markets are already reacting. Oil is spiking, gold is hitting record high, and the drums of war are beating louder than ever. Today we dive deep into understanding what exactly is going on, and why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed, and what this means for the global economy as we brace for the fallout. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and I will also know who's watching which segment, etc. Now let's proceed further. To understand why this failed, we have to look at the clock. The talks began with a glimmer of hope. President Trump had sent high-powered team headed by Vice President JD Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner. They were meeting an Iranian delegation led by Mohammad Bagher Kalibaf. For 15 hours, the talk were described as expert-level discussions. They were exchanging text, debating the finer points of a 15-point proposal. But by hour 20, the atmosphere completely shifted. US presented, what they called their best and final offer. The core of the American demand was simple: Iran must provide an affirmative commitment to stop all nuclear enrichment and immediately, unconditionally reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The Iran response, they called the demand excessive. Tehran counter-offered with their own 10-point plan, demanding the immediate withdrawal of all US forces from the Middle East and lifting of all sanctions before a single ship moved through the Strait of Hormuz. By 4 a.m. local time, the deadlock was absolute. JD Vance walked out, stating that if the Iranians weren't willing to negotiate in good faith, the US was not, receptive to further stalling. The open hand of diplomacy has been replaced by a closed fist. This isn't just a political failure, it's an economic catastrophe. Why does a meeting in Pakistan matter to someone in New York, London, or Tokyo? There is only one answer, and that is Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is the world's most important oil artery. Currently, it is under an effective stranglehold. During the ceasefire, there was a hope that the blockade could be lifted. Instead, no deal news has sent oil prices into a vertical climb. Analysts at Goldman Sachs and S&P Global are warning that if the hostility resumes, we are looking at a price of $150 per barrel, and this is going to become a reality. But it is not just oil. Let's look at gold. We have seen gold surge over $100 an ounce in mere minutes, hitting record height as investors flee to safer havens. The Gulf economies, nations like Qatar and Kuwait, which rely entirely on the strait, are looking at potential recession of up to 5% this year. Supply chain. Let's look at how this will impact supply chain. From semiconductor to food imports, the Middle East, stress test is basically completely failing, and it is going to basically create a major problem for the world. Iran has already struck Amazon data centers in Bahrain and UAE earlier this year. With the peace deal dead, tech giants like Microsoft and Google are reportedly considering their entire presence in the region. We are witnessing the de-globalization of the Middle East in real time. So what happens tomorrow? What happens today? 2-week ceasefire is officially over. President Trump has already stated that he is ready to open the strait with or without Iran's cooperation. On the ground that the situation is volatile, Israel has agreed to talks with Lebanon but refused to speak with Hezbollah. In Iran, hardliners are already claiming victory, saying they forced the US to the table and gave up nothing. Well, military buildup is staggering. The US has erected missiles launchers at Qatari Air Base, and second aircraft carrier is moving into Gulf. On the other side, Iran has deployed advanced Chinese anti-stealth radar system. The Epic Fury war, as some are calling it, as no longer a threat, it's a renewed reality. If a single spark hit a tanker in the next 48 hours, the limited conflict could transform into a regional issue that involves every major power on earth. Diplomacy is a game of red lines, and in Islamabad, both sides finally hit them. The US won't accept a nuclear Iran. Iran won't accept a US policed region. We are entering a period of extreme uncertainty. The failed peace deal of 2026 will likely be remembered as a moment the world realized that the old rules of Middle Eastern diplomacy are officially broken. For now, keep an eye on the oil stickers and the troop movement in Pakistan and also in Oman. The next move won't be made by a diplomat in a suit. It will be made by commanders in cockpit. So friends, what do you think? Was the US too rigid in their demands, or is Iran simply playing for the time while the world's economy burns? Let me know in the comments below. This is a developing story, and we will be here to bring you the update as that happens. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon. In a world that's this volatile, staying informed is our only hedge. I'm CK, and I will see you in the next one. Before we go to the next section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two
microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, I'm sure you might have seen the SpaceX launch news a couple of days back. But did you know that the SpaceX just launched its most powerful Starship mega rocket yet? And therefore today we are going to discuss this historic flight test, which culminated in a spectacular fiery splashdown in the Indian Ocean. Did the Starship pass its ultimate test, or was it a catastrophic failure? In this video, we break down the entire mission from the mind-blowing liftoff powered by 33 Raptor engines to the intense atmospheric re-entry plasma that pushed the spacecraft to its limits. Let's go. What are you looking isn't a catastrophic failure. It is the exact moment the largest, most powerful rocket ever built by humanity slammed into Indian Ocean and erupted into spectacular ball of fire. But here is a crazy part. Inside the SpaceX mission control, people weren't crying. They were actually roaring with delight. Elon Musk immediately took the X to declare it an epic milestone, telling his team, "You scored a goal for humanity." So friends, welcome back and all the space fans. SpaceX has officially launched flight number 12 of its massive Starship rocket system. But this wasn't just any test. This was highly anticipated debut of the Starship version 3, V3, or a souped up version of the same Starship. Heavily redesigned mega rocket designed to completely dwarf its predecessors. It carried a real payload, pushed its engine to absolute breaking point, and ended with a blinding plasma fueled inferno over the ocean. Was this a roaring success that put us closer to the Mars, or a multi-million-dollar glitch fest? Let's break down exactly what happened during the Starship wildest flight yet. So friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why this flight was such a big deal, we have to look at the hardware. Up until recently, SpaceX was flying its older space skimming prototypes. But Flight 12 introduced the world to the third generation Starship V3. When fully stacked on the brand new which is Pad 2 at the Starbase, Texas, this monster stands at mind-boggling 407 feet tall. That's over 124 meters. It eclipses the older models and pack even more, much more engine and bigger thrust. SpaceX essentially re-engineered the whole vehicle. They swapped out the old steering fins for fewer but much bigger and stronger grid fins to steer the booster home. They overhauled the computer power and added more cameras and built a massive internal fuel transfer line to feed the ravenous thirst of its 33 Raptor engines. To give you an idea of the scale, that fuel line alone is the size of an entire Falcon 9 rocket booster. The stakes of this launch could not have been higher. Just 2 days prior, Elon Musk shocked the financial world by announcing plans to take SpaceX public, what could be the largest IPO in history. After the technical glitch with a hydraulic pin or the launch tower scrubbed, which is the during the Thursday's attempt, engineers worked overnight on Friday, which is May 22nd, 2026. The countdown ticked to zero. At 5:30 p.m. local Texas time, the night sky lit up as the Super Heavy booster roared to life, unleashing a staggering 16 million pound of thrust, and liftoff from South Texas was clean, stable, and absolutely beautiful. But the space is hard, and the anomalies didn't wait long to show up. As the rocket soared past hypersonic speed, things began to get sweaty in the mission control. Starship upper stage relies on its Raptor engine to achieve its precise orbital trajectory. But during the initial burn, one of the main engine malfunctioned and cut out early. Because of this engine failure, Starships didn't quite make to its intended textbook orbit. SpaceX spokesperson Don Huot put it bluntly during the live stream, and the quote starts, "I wouldn't call it a nominal orbital insertion. However, the Starship onboard computers are smart. Remaining engine compensated, keeping the trajectory well within the bounds of the safety limits. The ship was flying hurt, but it was still flying." Then came the most visually stunning moment of the launch, which is hot stagging. At the fringes of the space, upper stage Starship ignited its engine while still attached to the booster. Blinding torrent of plasma blasted through its nozzles, and the two vehicles cleanly broke apart. So there was a ring in between, which, because of this high pressure of plasma, the vehicle basically became broke into two. With the ship's safety on its way, all eyes turned to Super Heavy booster. Now SpaceX wasn't planning to catch the booster with giant mechanical chopsticks, which is the arm on this flight. They were aiming for a precision controlled landing burn over Gulf of Mexico. But the booster was angry. As it plunged back through the atmosphere, the multiple engine failed to reignite for the planned boost back burn. Deprived of its braking power, the multi-million-dollar booster fell entirely out of control and exploded mid-air before obliterating itself in the Gulf of Mexico. A total loss of booster, but the main event was still orbiting 120 miles above our head. While its booster was at the bottom of the Gulf, the Starship V3 was coasting partways around the world on a near global journey. And for the first time, it had a real job to do. Starship successfully opened its payload door, deployed 20 mock Starlink satellites into the vacuum of space. Even cooler, SpaceX deployed two specialized camera-equipped mini probes to float alongside the Starship, filming its thermal heat shield to see how it would handle the terrifying heat of re-entry. An hour after launch, Starship began its descent over the Indian Ocean, just off the coast of Western Australia. This is where the magic and the fire happens. Plunging belly first at 25 times the speed of sound, spacecraft was engulfed in a punishing envelope of superheated plasma. Amazingly, despite the earlier engine failure, the Starship executed a complex flip maneuver, keeping itself upright and under seemingly full control. As it neared the water, it fired its landing engines, plummeted upright into the sea, toppled over, and instantly erupted into massive ball of fire and heavy smoke. It was quite violent, fiery, and it was also an incredible machine. So let's address the elephant in the room now. If the booster blew up in the air and the ship exploded in the ocean, why is everyone calling this a win? Because in the aerospace development, hardware is meant to be pushed until it breaks. SpaceX never intended to recover either stage on this flight. The goal was data. They successfully tested the V3 upgrades, survived the hot staging, and deployed the payload and successfully guided a bleeding damaged spacecraft to a precise ocean splashdown under controlled environment. NASA is currently paying SpaceX billions of dollars to turn this exact rocket into lunar lander for upcoming Artemis mission. So racing against Jeff Bezos, which is the blue region, and China's to put boots on the moon. Flight 12 proved that even when things go wrong, Starship's core architecture is incredibly robust. Every fiery explosion gets SpaceX closer to fully reusable rocket that will change space travel forever. So friends, what do you think of Starship V3 fiery debut? Let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to smash that like button, hit subscribe for more breaking space updates, and I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In every cafe, the ritual of espresso feels like alchemy. Steam hisses, aroma bloom, and the tiny cup promises intensity beyond its size. Yet, behind this daily magic lies a hidden order, a choreography dictated not by chance but by physics. Water under pressure doesn't simply sip through the coffee. It navigates labyrinth of particles, carving channels and balancing resistance, and of course unlocking flavors in a precise sequence. The perfect shot, that exclusive harmony of sweetness, acidity and bitterness, is less an accident of artistry than a triumph of fluid dynamics. To understand the espresso is to glimpse the invisible law that governs the flow, pressure, extraction, and where the science and the taste coverage in a single sip. So let's find out more. In the quiet hum of cafe, where the hiss of steam and the clink of porcelain cups form a familiar symphony, lies a mystery that has puzzled baristas and scientists alike. Why is espresso is so difficult to make in consistently? So one day the shot is rich, velvety, and crowned with the golden crema. The next it is thin, bitter, or sour. So behind this fickleness is not just art but physics. An intricate dance of water, pressure, and porous coffee grounds. At its heart, espresso is a story of flow. Hot water, driven by 9 bars of pressures, must weave its way through a tightly packed bed of ground coffee, and each particle is tiny labyrinth and offering resistance, redirecting streams and shaping flavor. But here lies the paradox. Coffee grounds are not uniform. They are a chaotic mix of fine dust and larger granules, creating uneven pathways. So water, ever obedient to physics, seeks the path of least resistance. It carves the channel, rushing through the looser pockets while the neglecting dense one. So the result is uneven. Extraction, some grounds surrender their rich oils and sugar, while the other remains stubbornly untouched. So before we go further, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So let's understand the coffee more. So physicists studying espresso have turned to fluid dynamics and porous media theory to decode this puzzle. They discovered that the grind size and the distributions are critical. Too fine and the bed becomes near solid wall, choking the flow, producing bitterness. Too coarse and the water gushes through and leaving the flavor behind. The sweet spot lies in balance, a grind that allows water to permeate evenly, neither flooding nor suffocating. But the grind alone is not enough. Packing the ground, known as tamping, introduces another layer of physics. A uniform tamp creates a level surface, ensuring pressure is distributed evenly. An unseen tamp tilts the battlefield, encouraging water to rush through one side, creating a dreaded channeling and experiment with this high-speed cameras and sensors have shown how even slightest inconsistencies in tamps can alter the trajectory of water, changing the chemistry of the cup. So temperature too also plays a vital role. Water at 92 or around 96 degrees centigrade extract a soluble compound differently depending on its heat. Sugar dissolve quickly and acids more slowly, and the bitter alkaloid last of all. So a stable temperature ensure these compounds emerge in harmony, producing the balance complexities Expro is known for. So fluctuation, however, is like a timeline. It creates a timeline, and too cool and acidity dominates, too hot and the bitterness overwhelm. So recent breakthrough came when the physicists modeled espresso extraction using computational simulations. They created the coffee bed as a porous medium, alike to soil or sandstone, and applied equation of fluid flow. The model revealed that the consistency improves not by maximizing the extraction, but by accepting the slight reduction. In other words, aiming for 20% of extraction rather than pushing towards 25% yield more reliable results. So this counterintuitive insight reframe the espresso not as a quest for perfection in every particle, but a balance across the whole bag. For baristas, these findings are liberating. So they suggest that the precision tool grinding with uniform burrs and tempers with calibrated pressure machines with stable thermal systems are not luxuries but necessities for consistency. So they also highlight the artistry of restraint, knowing when to stop purchasing the last drop of flavor and instead embracing the physics of flow. So, beyond the cafe, the implication ripples outward. Espresso became a metaphor for complexities in porous system, from oil recovery to geology to drug recovery, delivery to in medicines. The same equation that describe water through coffee grounds can model fluid through tissues or rocks. So, in this way, the humble espresso shot connects the morning ritual to scientific frontiers. And so, the next time when you sip perfectly balanced espresso, remember it is not just the skill of barista nor the quality of beans, but the invisible hand of physics guiding every drop. So within that small cup lies a universe of equation, a symphony of flow, and the quiet triumph of science over chaos. So in the end, the pursuit of perfect espresso is not simply about taste. It is about harmony between science and ritual. So every shot embodied the law of flow and the resistance, the balance of heat and pressure, the subtle choreography of countless particles yielding their essence to water. So what once seemed like a chance is revealed by physics in motion and a quiet order beneath the chaos. So each cup becomes more than a beverage. It is a distillated lesson in precision, patience, and the beauty of natural laws. So to savor the espresso is the savior of triumph of science made tangible, where the flavor flows as predictably as equation, yet still feels like a magic in the hand. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. We look forward for your comments. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.